Hello, hello, hello. Welcome to yet another episode of WhickTV. Gang, we're late. There's been a misunderstanding, a miscommunication. I take full responsibility for this. Mr. Girl thought this was going to be at 8 o'clock. Obviously it's not. It's at 6 o'clock, but I must have miscommunicated that somehow or did not make it clear. So we're going to compromise. He's going to come in at 7 o'clock, right? So for the next hour, I thought about, we could just end stream and then come back in an hour, but I thought, nah, we won't do that. I think it would be interesting to talk to Wu about how she thought her conversation with Destiny went. I also want to open this up. If you have questions that you'd like to ask either of us about anything, you can go to the Discord, jump in backstage, and you can come and talk to us about this. But again, I want to apologize up front about the timing issue, right? I'm not sure how the miscommunication happened, but again, I should have been much more clear and much more open with it to all the participants. And somehow miscommunication happened. So my bad, gang. But hey, we're going to do what we can, and this will happen. It's just going to happen in an hour or so. But until then, how you doing, Brianna?
Hey, I'm feeling really good. It's been a good week. It's just been crazy. How about you?
Oh, there's been a lot happening in the Twitch poll world, right?
A little bit.
Yeah.
It could be safe to say there's been a little bit of drama over the President Sunday stuff. Just that much.
Just a little bit, right?
A little bit, yeah.
Have you been following the back and forth? First of all, did you see Not So Erudite's video? The response
it was excellent.
Video?
It was excellent. I don't know how anyone could possibly. I mean, it's open and shut at this point,
You'd think so.
I do, yeah.
The other night, however, I think I saw, because one of the things that was happening in the Twitch poll world is a lot of people were reviewing Sunday's video. And so a lot of people were waiting on Not So Erudite's response. So a lot of them, once she dropped it, covered that too. Lonerbox did an excellent job. 𝕎𝙬𝖍𝖏 is off this week, but he's going to cover that when he's back. Quite a few streamers did it, from small to big. And that generally was the response. However, that wasn't, there wasn't entirely a full consensus. Demon Mama actually reviewed it as well, and that's been a source of controversy as well.
Oh no, because she's my friend. What did she say?
Well, as I understand it, she's very much ran defense for President Sunday. Again, I haven't seen all of it. I've just been made aware, so I hesitate to put words in the mouth. I encourage you to watch her response if you haven't seen it and make your own judgments. I'm not going to tell you what to think here. But again, from the clips I've seen, it seemed like when you say it's an open and shut case, apparently not to everyone. And I'm trying my very best, because I agree with you. I think it is an open and shut case, and I'm trying my very best to understand what people's problems still are. The assertion, as I understand it, was that she misrepresented her credentials in order to defraud people. But again, in her response video, she put forth her credentials. She put forth how what she was saying was accurate according to the job market of her area and accurate according to her experience, right? She had receipts. I don't, and this was all in the first 10 minutes, right? So I don't know.
Yeah, no, I feel you. I mean, look, I'm not gonna pretend. I mean, my sympathy is obviously more with Kyla, right? I mean, she's my friend. I like her. Just speaking honestly, as someone who's been sober for 20 years, it's eminently clear to me that she works like as a professional in this field. She uses the language. She has the demeanor of everyone I've ever met that works in that field. When I spoke to her, she never made any claims of this being therapy. In fact, something she very specifically said to me was, I don't usually talk to people who are in recovery. because I don't want them to think I'm their therapist or give them advice or do anything that's going to knock them off course. But because you've been sober for so long, I will make an exception here. And that moment really impressed me about the standard she holds herself to. So, I feel like I've seen the woman and the standard she holds herself to, like behind the scenes, and it was very impressive in my view.
Yeah. Another comment that was made, right, on the show itself, right, the Demon Mama's response show itself, was that I had brought in, and this is in reference to our appearance on the Destiny's appearance on my show, with President Sunday. One of the claims that she made, or at least that she had heard made, I'm not sure if she's making this claim or she's just saying that she heard this claim being bandied about, was that I had brought on you and 3 others to just shit on President Sunday as an ambush. That President Sunday was brought in to be made the fool of, and I take issue with that. I just want to take a minute, right? I just want to take a minute to explain to everyone how I set up my panels, right, and how I set up my show, and how I conduct myself in this space. I am not an unbiased actor. I will be very upfront with you. I have opinions. I have thoughts, and I have my own biases towards topics, people, and things. That is true, right? But at the same time, I try my best to build a balanced as I can panel. I'm not perfect at it, right? Sometimes I mess up, and it's a little one-sided. That happens. It's happened more than once, right? People change their minds during the panel, or people will change their minds between the time I invite them and bring them on, or they misrepresent what they say to me, or I misinterpret what they say to me. All these things are true. When I brought President Sunday in, when I invited him on, it was before he released his Not So Erudite video. It was before that.
True. That's true.
He knew the guest list beforehand. I built this guest list beforehand, with the exception of maybe, I think, Katie. I think Katie I might have brought in afterwards. I did my best, right, to ensure that a diversity of thought was present, that it wasn't going to be just everyone agreeing with everyone else. If Sunday's behavior and actions on that panel caused everyone to turn against him, how is that on me?
Yeah. Can I say something?
Please.
Something I think, because I went back through and I watched that panel. If you watch this panel, I had a lot of really positive things to say about Sunday on that panel. My criticism of him was extremely mild. Go watch the video. Some of the things I said in front of Destiny, I might add, is I thought his refutation with Destiny on stream over the Keffel's manifesto was extremely strong. In fact, I said I thought it was the best one that had been put out. Additionally, I said that when President Sunday is at his best, he is an exceptionally skilled advocate for the causes he believes in. Like, this is not the words of someone who's like, my motivation is to come in and you make him look like a fool. Whick, you've seen me, like, we've interacted as I've planned for these things. I do a lot of research, right? And one of the things as you're doing research is you get a nuanced view about people. I don't think President Sunday is 100% terrible. In fact, I reached out to him before the panel to say, just to let you know, I do plan to talk about this erudite thing. I hope that's not going to upset you. It's not personal. I'm just trying to be professional and nice about it. If you're in this space, criticism is something you have to be able to accept. And like reasoned, friendly criticism is the easiest version of that to accept. So, in my view, I don't think you did anything wrong.
Oh, well, and again, like a lot of, the reception was mostly positive, but there are people who had problems with this, that, or the other, and that's fine, right? Like, I'm a big proponent of taking what people say, even the negative things, and kind of what's the word, digesting it for a bit and seeing if there's value there, and either internalizing it or throwing it up, depending on what I feel is the best case scenario. And there are, if you want to give me criticisms about how I run my panels, absolutely, everyone's welcome to do so. Even mean-spirited ones, I will accept it, right? But I just, I am struggling to see the validity of this one, given how much care I put into putting on that show. Now, again, another criticism I got is that I interject too much, but this is something that people on, even on a professional level, do. If you watch a BBC debate or if you watch a presidential debate, the moderators will interject with questions, clarifying or otherwise, right? And again, I'm not perfect at this. If you could point to, I'm sure I would agree that there are times where I interjected where I probably shouldn't have, right? And times where I should have interjected when I didn't. I get that. But yeah, I think we're going to talk about this later in the week. I think that might be our Friday topic. It might be the incentive to dishonesty, or the incentive to misrepresent others in this space, because there are large amounts of that. And I think
I think there's a real assumption that the people that you're talking to have bad motivations that I think is really non-constructive. There are definitely people in this space that take a view to, there's some posturing. You're on camera. I'm not going to tell you there's not a theatrical component to it. But I also think the viewers are pretty smart. Right. I think you can tell who's genuine and who's acting out. I think so. So I don't know. I feel like a generally good course of action is to assume the best in people until they've shown you that's not a good way to feel. I mean, like Demon Mama. I'm trying to think through with her. A lot of trans people tend to, for understandable reasons, be a little bit wary of therapy and therapists, right? So I can imagine someone having a little bit more of a dim view on, Kyla. I don't think that makes it true necessarily, but I could understand if Demon Mama was, coming with that experience, obviously adding to her interpretation of the situation.
Well, one last question before I because there's a couple people in and they want to talk to us. But one last question for you. Overall, are you happy with the Destiny, with your appearance on my show on Destiny? What do you think about it overall?
So Wick, I don't know how you feel. I am so tired to my bones of internet drama. And it was really meaningful to me to be able, like Dusty and I have said some pretty mean things to each other online, right? And I'm just saying this sincerely. Like, don't take this as me endorsing everything he's ever said or his actions, or, I'm not trying to suck up to him or kiss his ass. I'm saying, for me personally, it felt really good for the soul to just put aside some differences and have an adult conversation with someone for an hour that I thought was extremely productive. And I think if we can model that kind of behavior for people, I think it's a good way forward, in my view.
Excellent. I think I agree with you. I think that there is unfortunately though, right? While it might feel good, it might be the best path forward. I think there are financial incentives in place in this space that make that less likely to happen. There are barriers and obstacles that we have to overcome, but we'll talk about that another day. I don't want to belabor the point. So why don't Weaponize Discourse? Can you send in a caller for us to talk to? Weppy. I'll DM her. I forget sometimes there's a delay, right, between here and the stream itself. So I'm just gonna DM her and tell her to send someone in. I will just pull them in, I guess. Oh, there we go. Hello.
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 Hi, Brianna. Unfortunately, my question is for Whick, but I guess it involves the panel that you were on. So, I'm curious. It seems like everybody, you guys kind of touched on it. Sort of, it looks like a lot of people dogpiled Sunday, and there's things flying around. Did you, in any way, set that up? Because like, if so, my hat's off to you. I don't like Sunday. No, I'm just kidding. Even though I really don't like Sunday, that'd still be pretty messed up.
Okay.
And I like you, so I figured.
I understand. Asking me
it'd
is
be cool to
fine.
hold you account.
As I said, I think we're getting an echo from you, and we can hear your keyboard. Is it okay if you mute yourself for a minute?
Yeah, no problem.
Okay, just for the audio quality. Once again, no, I did not. Do dog piles happen on my show? And was it a dog pile? Kind of, but that wasn't due to me setting it up beforehand. There was no malice of forethought. If you behave in certain ways and treat everyone really shitty, and then they respond to you, I mean, that's what's going to happen. If I come on a panel, even with people who are friendly towards me, people who agree with me, and I am constantly sniping, I am constantly interrupting, I am constantly interjecting with bad faith comments, people are going to call me out on that, and rightly so. Does that make it a dog pile? Was I ambushed? Was I set up? I don't think so. I don't know. What do you think, Wu? Any thoughts?
Well,
I know we just talked about this
really
but...
quickly, Elder, if you don't mind me asking. I mean, the clip that got played was me, basically calling out a little bit of hypocrisy. I think I was very even-handed. I cited my source. I was polite about it. He kind of freaked out about it. I mean, in your view, having watched that clip, did I dogpile anyone? I thought I was just trying to have a conversation and be even-handed.
I don't really think it's up to the individual, whether or not a dogpile happened. So like, I also don't think it's really an individual's, like, it wouldn't just be on you if it did. Like, I'm not saying like you're responsible or you're a bad person. Sure. I've heard the criticism a lot, and it's worth talking about. It's worth asking, because like, my feelings about it don't matter. But if Sunday feels that way, and I'm not a fan of his, then I think it needs to be talked about. We can't just sweep it under the rug.
Sure, and I want to just, if I may, I just want to be clear. I have no ill will towards Sunday. If Sunday wants back on my show, he's free to come back on my show. If he thinks there's a value to that, if he doesn't like my moderation, we can get a guest moderator, of his choice. If he has beef with me and he wants to discuss it, or if he wants to argue with me, I'm down for it. Right? Maybe we can get Erin Straighterate as a guest moderator. She likes us both, right? So that might be a possibility. Like I said, it's bridge ain't burned on my end, right? I think there's value to what he has to say. Much like Wu, when he's at his best, I think he has very cogent and well-spoken criticisms of certain things in society that I would absolutely agree with him on. Obviously, I don't agree with him all the time, but that is what it is.
I mean, if you go watch his video, so like there's a video at 𝙬𝙞𝙀, and 𝙬𝙀𝙀 is going through and listening to his response of the 𝕬𝖎𝙀 manifesto, and 𝙬𝙀𝙀 is mocking it. And I gotta tell you, I thought 𝙬𝙀𝙀 was making excellent points. And then Sunday gets on stream, they have a calm discussion together about that, and in my view, like, Sunday very clearly won that exchange of ideas. It's friendly, it's civil. He brought his significant intellect to bear. It's compelling stuff. I told him before the show I could have tried to prepare for a year, and I could not have put together something that good. The man has talent. I think that sometimes in these spaces, our own insecurities can be our biggest enemy. And I think, unfortunately, that was what happened here. There's clearly something inside the man that's really scared of being people telling him he's wrong. And I think he'd be a far more effective advocate if he could grow beyond that.
Well, and thanks for coming. Any other questions before we let you
go? No, I'm really excited to see this.
Sorry it's late, gang.
Because I really like you, and if I didn't ask that, it would have bugged me. So, okay. And thanks for being cool, Wu, with me popping in here to ask that.
Of course. Thank you for helping us kill some time. And once again, I want to apologize to my audience for this. it happens, right? When dealing with various schedules. So I appreciate you sticking around for those of you who have. Okay, weaponized discourse. I'll DM you to bring in the next contestant. Or I'll just pick one. Weaponized discourse is great because she acts like a gatekeeper, right? So we don't have any
She sent me
crazy.
the nicest DM. I've not gotten around to answering it yet because I need to write her something substantive. So I really like her a lot.
I like her too. She's great. She does my editing and she helps produce. So, let's see. I'll bring in. Just send in whichever one you want. Even if they're just here to chill with us. Okay. In the meantime, while she's trying to sort that out, I will say that I'm excited for the discussion too. This is something I've been thinking about most of the week, right? I have, and I'll confess, I've only seen some of 𝙬𝙗𝙗's content. I saw a couple of his videos on this subject. I've seen some of his interactions on panels before, like on Stardust show, when she went on the supernova, when he went on her supernova panel. I thought that he was interesting on there. So I'm curious to see how he'll do kind of in a one-on-one moderated setting.
Yeah.
I'm very interested also to see how he's able to respond to some of your criticism that you've been levying. I guess we'll find out in about 30 minutes, gang. So hold on to your butts.
I think I'm going to surprise you because I think if anyone out there is expecting this to be like an academic feminist discussion of me saying the same shit you've heard before, that's not what's going to happen today. So I think we're going to have a conversation about consent that has not happened before.
Oh, something unique, something I don't know. Okay, I don't mean to doubt you, but I'm going to express a little bit of doubt here before we get to your caller. We will see what happens. But one moment.
Hi.
Hi.
Hello.
My hair is crazy today.
It is a little crazy, but that's okay. My hair's crazy too, so we'll work together. How's it going, buddy?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Feeling it.
Yeah,
like a tiger in a cage, ready for the Mr. Girl discussion.
Yeah, I'm a President Snow fan, and I saw the panel, and personally, I didn't think it was very dogpile-y at all. That was my take. At least it didn't seem President Snow was taking it that way, except other than physical reactions, maybe.
I mean, yeah. I mean, tell us a little bit more. I mean, what makes you a fan of his, if you don't mind me asking?
Well, I'm kind of a sucker for naivete. I think usually earnestness and naivety are kind of conflated. It's not always the same thing, just because President Snow's the type of person where it seems like, they're too good to be true. And usually that adage is usually very true. Usually I subscribe to that adage myself.
Can I ask, why do you keep calling him President Snow? Is this a meme that I'm aware of?
Oh, okay. What's the verbiage then? It was a meme, I think.
Oh,
in
was
the President Snow community.
I don't know. I don't know, right? Like, I don't hang out. Like, I'll give you, like, when it comes to naivete, when it comes to memes, I'm very gullible and naive. I don't know these things. I don't follow.
President Snow was the villain in Hunger Games,
Snow,
right?
I wasn't sure if that was a connection being made.
No, yeah, I'm just a fan, and I caught her from the panel, so
okay.
Yeah,
well,
President Snow.
Okay. Do you have any questions for either of us, or are you just kind of chilling?
I would love to ask you, do you think I was fair to him in my question to him?
I mean, yeah, that's what it seemed like to me. And personally, it seemed like President Snow felt the same. I mean, he kind of hyper-fixated on you pretty much as soon as you started talking about the lefty, media company for mainstream media that could kind of help out with balancing out, I suppose, the information stream of, the entire culture of, I guess.
I mean, I would love. I mean, Sunday clearly has talent, and if there were a version of him that were able to work with others more effectively, I would absolutely include him on that. Right? He's got a message. He's certainly got a fan base. I think it's an important question to ask. Why don't all the leftist streamers get along? I don't think it's conducive. I mean, we all saw the fight with Steven Crowder and Ben Shapiro, but generally speaking, I've never seen Sean Hannity go after Bill O'Reilly. Right? They seem to get along, and it seems to be good for their career.
Yeah, I think I see what you mean. So I'm pretty young myself. I'm only about 26, which is roughly the same age as President Snow from what I know. So when it comes to like deep politics, when it comes to like Bill O'Reilly era stuff,
yeah,
I don't know a whole lot about that kind of stuff personally, but I do notice that typically people on the right tend to be much more unified than people on the left, and I think that's because the left tends to promote diversity so much that it's really hard to be tolerant of intolerance, right? So It's like hard to be diverse and like super open to everyone because that's a threat for like bad actors and stuff.
I'm gonna disagree with you a minute.
Okay.
I think that the left promotes superficial diversity, but when it comes to diversity of thought, at least the extreme left absolutely has been a problem that I've seen. You are lockstep or you are not a leftist, right? We talked a little bit about this on the panel.
Yeah.
If I may ask, right? What's your name? Surprise?
Yeah, Surprise.
Surprise, the best kind of prize. Okay, Surprise. You mentioned being a President Sunday fan. What's your favorite video of his or favorite interaction that you've seen of him, if I may ask?
President Sunday's videos?
President Snow, President Sunday.
President Snow, President Sunday. Like when it comes to political, is there anything any particular?
No, whatever you think.
Yeah,
is
just whatever comes to mind. Yeah.
I don't know. I really like when they're with Vosh. I enjoyed seeing them with Keffels and Omni. Just because for the most part, there really wasn't a whole lot of talking to be done. It was mostly just opinions that, as both a fan of both those people, I had heard before, but it was nice to get a thorough, here's the reason we have these thoughts, and then they really drag you through the whole thought process. That was super helpful.
Makes a lot of sense. I gotta ask, are you a Mr. Girl fan?
I'm not aware of Mr. Girl at the moment, but I'm sure they're great.
Well, you're gonna get aware tonight. Hold on to your butts, gang.
Yep.
We're gonna figure it out. What about? Are you a Brianna Wu fan?
Oh God.
I am now.
Ooh.
Absolutely.
That's very sweet of you.
You've been wooed by Wu. I get it. That's a meme now.
I'm sorry, I don't know a whole lot about your past work. It's all from secondhand sources.
Sure. I'm a former video game developer. I think most people know me for Gamergate, unfortunately. I ran for United States Congress, and I am the second fastest speedrunner with Princess Peach in the entire world. I'm doing that at GDQ next week.
Wow.
Damn.
What a gamer, among other
hardcore
things.
gamer.
Hardcore gamer. Okay. Any other thoughts before we send you to the void, Surprise?
No, I'm ready to go. You guys can send it.
Well, thank you for coming by. That was interesting. It's always nice to see how people who are kind of newer to my content or newer to the guest content and see how they interact and see what they enjoy, what they don't, etc. That was a very, very wholesome caller. Thank you.
I like that. It really matches something I saw when I ran for office, which is you can have people with wide differences, but if you're talking to them face to face, it's just a lot harder to hate them, right? It's just, I don't know, always good to talk to people.
There is a big difference, right, between how people will talk about someone when they are not in the room, how they will interact with them when they are not around, versus how they will interact with them on a call. And there's a difference between how we interact on a call and how people interact in life as well.
Yep.
I think that we miss each other a lot because we lack that face-to-face. We make so many assumptions of each other that are just wildly wrong and incorrect, but only because we do not have those cues that you would get in a face-to-face setting. Camera is the best facsimile of it that we can manage with online interactions, but it's still pretty good. Weaponized discourse. If you want to send in Sekrios or the next person, if they're vetted, if they're okay. DMing her too. I have to juggle this a little bit.
You do your thing.
I try. When it comes to speed running, right? What gets you into that?
Oh my God. So, Super Mario 2 came out in what year was it? 1988.
Yeah.
And you've got to understand, back in the NES era, there were just not games starring women. So I became obsessed with that game, just playing it over and over and over again. With Princess Peach. So it's a game I'm extremely, extremely good at. And, eventually it became a sport. So it's like, let's get into it. It's like, you almost have to have, I almost wonder if I have a low level of autism because like you're playing the same section over and over and over again to save a frame. But I'm one of the fastest Resident Evil speedrunners in the entire world, Resident Evil 3 Remake. It's a deeply, deeply rewarding competitive space.
Interesting. Like I understand the appeal to it. It's just I like to take my time. I like the turn-based game.
Oh, no.
Right? So
No.
I like to sit there, think for about an hour on what I'm gonna do. It's terrible when people play with me. Board games especially. I got analysis paralysis. But anyway, enough about me. Hello.
Hello there. It's nice to meet you two. I'm just here to just throw in like a fairly quick question, kind
Sure.
of get it through. For the past year, I've noticed various different both video essayists and reactionists refer to a term about gatekeeping, whether it be spaces or whether it be certain identities or credentials. Like in the recent panel, President Sunday was very harsh towards one or two panel members involving their academic credentials. And it kind of got me wondering, in your opinion, Brianna Wu, do you believe that there is a time and a place for gatekeeping, or is gatekeeping universally toxic or whatever?
No, of course there is. I think with credentials, if you have professional credentials, I think it's important to represent those accurately. I think the difference of opinion at play is, did Kyla represent them accurately? I think it's very clear that she did. But no, I don't think gatekeeping is inherently bad at all.
Okay then. Thank you for answering my question.
What do
Was
you
that
think?
it?
What
Yeah,
makes
what do
you
you
ask
think?
that question? Yeah.
Well, maybe ask the question was here's the thing. I'm kind of caught up in the whole creative culture stuff. Basically, I do a lot of creative stuff involving animations and stuff. So I have to keep my ear to the ground on what's rumbling and happening and all that jazz. And because of such, in some spaces, people might call themselves a fan of a group, but then when new fans come on, they saw maybe the core premise, but there might be some aspect of it they don't understand, or they do understand but don't like it, and you get a lot of infighting in different fan groups and stuff.
Yeah.
And sometimes it gets a bit it can sometimes teeter towards a bit of a bizarre right left dichotomy, even though it isn't always the case. And it's I'm wondering if gatekeeping should be viewed as a tool or some sort of large
I think there's a really big difference in gatekeeping. Do you like are you a real fan of Star Wars and someone representing their professional credentials? I think in the former example, I would almost always say that's terrible. I want to ask, you say you do animation. I'm a former game developer. Do you use After Effects? What do you specialize in?
Okay, so I think I dedicated most of my profession in like the early stage of my career to the Source engine.
Oh,
Uh,
dude. I'm a
yeah.
former Unreal developer. We can geek out about this for days. Holy shit.
Oh man.
Well, we don't have
okay.
days. We have a few minutes, but go on.
Okay. Long story short, I made a magnum opus called Black Dust the Pilot. It was like a short 15-minute film on YouTube. It's kind of like an action adventure with demons and like mafiosos and stuff. It's really wild and off the cuff, basically.
That's sweet. I personally never worked with it because I'm an Unreal specialist. Is it as difficult? I hear that it is an increasingly aging engine that is poorly documented. Does that match with your experience?
I think it depends because the people that use Source are incredibly passionate about it and they do keep a lot of it alive. The fact that they kept like TF2 on life support just out of sheer fan engagement, that like actual Valve are like, oh hey, wait a minute, they're still playing? Wait, what? And then they come in and they announce they're going to be making a new update. So I think it depends who you ask. It does definitely have limitations, but if it's in terms of accessibility, I think it is like an easier engine to get into in regards to like, oh, I want a character here, I want them to move an arm here, I want a little bit of a spring, and it does some of the math for you, so it's fairly quick.
Yeah, most engines do that though. So you did a magnum opus, were you like creating, and forgive me because the terms are going to be different because again, I'm an Unreal specialist, but for me to do that in Unreal, I've got to create an anim set and export it with FBX. Are you just hooking up animations like stock animations? Or are you doing your own animations with a third-party tool? How does that work?
Okay, so usually what I do is a lot of like puppeteering where I would play the scene in very, very slow motion and I will manually use the mouse to like move different arms and joints to emulate a kind of humanistic motion and movement. I literally, my workflow was I would wake up, I would do like 2 to 3 shots a day and I would render it in like max settings on a PNG sequence and I would shove it into After Effects, add some grading and compile it all together in Vegas basically.
Wow. That sounds like an effective but brutal pipeline, as we say in Game Dev.
I'll never do it again.
If you're ever in Boston, I will teach you Maya. Come on over. I'll walk you through it.
Oh, absolutely.
Look at how
many
wholesome.
Thank yous.
Yeah, well, look at how wholesome. We're making connections. We're building bridges. We're making friends. Sekrios, thank you for calling in. Is there anything, other questions or comments you had before we let you go?
None that I can think of. I'm going to like lend the floor to whoever else shows up, and I wish both of you the best of luck on the oncoming debate.
Okay, well,
thank you so much.
You don't have to wish me luck, to be clear, because either way I win. I'm going to get a good show. Exactly.
You have to manage the whole thing.
Should be fun. But thank you. Appreciate you coming in, and I hope you enjoyed the show.
I'm going to pop off for 2 seconds.
Yeah, do your thing. Right, do your thing. In the meantime, I just want to let everyone know what to kind of expect coming up. So, Mr. Girl is on track to come here in about 15 minutes. Okay. Once again, I apologize for the delay. And I apologize to him as well if he's listening. Again, usually I make it more clear, but somehow our wires got crossed. I probably forgot to just be more direct with the timing. You did say 8 o'clock, right? You did tell me that, but in the midst of planning with Brianna Wu and our group chat, that was missed. So compromise 7 o'clock. Go team compromise. Yeah, but I just want to talk a little bit about the importance of bridge building, the importance of having these kind of wholesome conversations. We have so much contention. Contention in this space is monetized, right? And I get it. I like a good fight as much as the next guy. I love a good brawl. And if you think that it's not going to be contentious tonight, you're probably going to be wrong. That said, it doesn't have to be hostile. It doesn't have to be this constant hate. We need to separate ourselves, right? We need to take a step back from our positions. This is why I'm so against internalizing ideologies, right? I don't call myself anything. or I try not to. I don't call myself a progressive. I don't call myself a centrist. I don't call myself a leftist. I am a buffet-style politician. I'll take a little bit from this table, a lot from this other table, a few things from this table, right? Issue by issue, piece by piece. When we internalize our politics, when our politics deserve criticism, we tend to reflexively defend that, even when we should not. I'm not left-leaning because I think I'm only left-leaning because I think most left positions are correct. If the right had more correct positions, I would be more right. As Brianna Wu mentioned earlier, right? Just because a Republican has an idea or says something doesn't mean they're automatically wrong. We should not just discard people because their politics are wrong. And I see this happening too much. Tribalism is rampant in our politics today. This is why I'm trying to make a cross-ideological space where people can come together and be heard. People within the left community, people on the right as well are free to come in. Again, as long as you're willing to discuss and discourse, you're welcome in this space to talk and to be heard. Again, I cannot promise, right? I cannot promise you that you will be accepted, right? That people like what you have to say. I cannot promise you that you will be well received or that your message will be adopted. But what I can promise you is that you will be given space to be heard. Sorry, I was ranting while you were gone. Hello.
Was it still about Sunday?
No, more about what you tweeted out earlier. About we should not just discard ideas because a Republican has them. If an idea is good, we need to accept the idea. Like, oh wow, that's a good idea. We are so afraid.
How the fuck do you think like legislation gets made, right? Where are you gonna just wait until we only pass laws when there's a supermajority in the Senate and the House and you've got a president? Like, you gotta work with others, dude.
But we refuse, right? Because this is a problem. If you work with the other team, you are running defense for the worst of the worst, right? You are aiding and abetting the enemy, right?
Sure.
I mean, yeah.
Surprise! Hello.
Hello. Is that 𝙎𝙤𝙬𝙚? Oh.
No. So I didn't know that was a thing.
What, 𝙎𝙤𝙬𝙚?
When I made the ghost.
Oh.
I actually got it from like a Mustang that was painted black and white, and it had like the tail light had like the lightning bolt eye. And then I went into Hot Topic and there was 𝙎𝙤𝙬𝙚 stuff in there, and I'm like, that's probably why it looks so familiar.
Surprise!
𝙎𝙤𝙬𝙚 is my favorite thing ever. I love it. Oh god, I love 𝙎𝙤𝙬𝙚.
I get the meme surprise, and I appreciate my weaponized discourse giving me a surprise. But for now, we're gonna put you back in your box. I like the guy. Nothing wrong with the guy, but we were having a conversation. No.
We were.
But yes, I think that like we have become so, and I think this plays into what's going on in the kind of like lesser Twitch politics side of things, right? People, if you pick a side in this, if you say, well, I think that's 𝕎𝙪𝙗𝙧𝙘's right in this case, you are going to be exiled from your community if you are part of that community. You're more likely to be exiled from that community.
I don't think I have been, no.
Perhaps, right? Not yet.
Well.
But I know for me, right, there are people who just won't work with me now because I've had Destiny on my show. There are people who just won't work with me. Luckily, there's only a few of those, right? But it's a problem, and it's a growing problem. It's a thing. And so if I had come, for example, if I had looked at what was happening, and I, for whatever reason, thought President Sunday was correct, and I was like, well, you know what? I think actually Sunday has a point here because of X, Y, and Z. There would be people. I don't think 𝙬𝙗𝙧𝙚 would do this. No, she's a grown adult and she wouldn't engage in this behavior. But there are absolutely people in the Twitch poll community who would look at me saying that and then just refuse to have anything to do with me because I sided with the enemy. Right? This happens on both sides. Right? This happens on both sides. We pick a team, and anyone who criticizes our team, even if that criticism is warranted, is now the enemy. It's a problem.
Yeah, I agree. And with the Josh Hawley thing, I want to be really clear. So the tweet at hand is Josh Hawley is putting out a bill called the Protect Children Act that basically prohibits kids under 16 from forming social media accounts. That would not stop them from doing IRC, for instance, or researching stuff online. There are a lot of ways to find community in 2023. I'm not even saying I'm for that. Right. I'm saying, what? I think there's a discussion to be had about what social media is doing to young people, because there's study after study showing it's increasing suicidality, it's increasing body dysmorphia in girls. And, if we have that discussion and we bring in the experts, my inclination is it's going to go, well, we don't need to ban them from it, but we do need to get this algorithm tweaked in this way, or we need to make it so young people are getting a, basically they're just seeing their friend's feed instead of an algorithm being applied to it. I think there's a discussion to be had about, what the best way forward is as far as keeping, clearly we're fucking kids up. And we're going to get into that on today's panel. And I just don't accept that. Yeah. We are.
Okay, we'll find out.
So I think we need to be open to that discussion, if that makes sense.
No, it absolutely makes sense, and I think that again we engage in tribalism at our peril,
Sure.
Right? I think that there is absolutely an argument to be made, right? Even look, the fact that I am at risk of hearing a 14-year-old's opinion on anything on Twitter is a war crime. Okay, that cannot happen. That is just wrong to me, right? Like, I think that we need much stronger age gates. I'm not a tech savvy guy. I don't know what this looks like, right? And I can understand there might be unintended consequences to things like this that I am not aware of. That might change my mind if I've been made aware of, but I'm very much for almost like a separate internet for children. If you're under 18, you should have you should not be allowed in certain spaces that you're currently allowed in. That's my thoughts on this. But
the way I would do it is I'd love to bring in some experts and talk to them about what the best policies are. I mean, you and I, we don't work in this field, right? We're not academics. We don't run studies. I just want to I tweeted about this today, but it's been since the 80s, it's been essentially libertarianism as our approach to the tech industry, right? It's had some good effects, right? It's had some bad effects. One bad effect is we don't tax internet goods at the same rate we do brick and mortar stores, which has caused brick and mortar stores to go out of business. And, it's helped Amazon build an ultra mega monopoly in the United States. And I think that one of the reasons I ran for Congress is I think we do need tech savvy people sitting on the Science, Space, and Technology Committee and, looking at these issues, thinking about them critically and working with other people to improve it. I do think there's a regulatory role to play in keeping our commons safe.
What that looks like, though, is going to be the subject of debate, right? Because I can imagine, right, that one of the benefits of having this kind of more laissez-faire approach is it has allowed people the freedom to talk about certain issues that they otherwise were not able to discuss. I think the large success of some of the more leftist ideals and cultural spaces is kind of part and due to the internet. I would say that the large acceptance of LGBTQ community online, again, there are obviously sections of the internet where this is absolutely not true. But overall, I think it's been improving, at least from what I remember when I was in the 90s, right, growing up, and in the 2000s and in the noughts, if you will. I think the acceptance, right, of a lot of the more leftist, the leftist cultural id poll and things like that, I think is a good thing. And
I don't think there's anyone credible out there that wants to, cramp down on the free speech aspect of the internet, or I certainly don't. I think that's a fundamentally American value. I'm thinking more about monopolies. People are afraid to get into the e-commerce space currently because it's a kill zone as far as venture capitalists funding things, because Amazon just will destroy you, right? So that's anti-competitive. I think there are things we need to think about with harassment policy online. Like there's a host of serious problems for a society to be looking at. And, in my view, a lot of these things are utterly non-ideological. Just to tell a super quick story, people don't know this. There was a dam in New York where it was under attack, I believe, by the Iranians. A cyber attack by the Iranians. It was a sluice dam in New York. They successfully penetrated it, and they opened the sluice gate and were going to send so much water down it was going to kill 30,000 Americans. The only reason that didn't happen is because the infrastructure was so underfunded. The sluice gate would not operate after they penetrated it.
Can you send me a link to this story, please?
Oh, 100%.
Okay,
it's
please.
really
Just
interesting.
later on, because I want to read about this. But go on.
Sure, but my point here is, cybersecurity. This is very much a national security, issue. That's not right. That's not left. Imposing like cybersecurity standards and allocating funding for that. It's a fucking American value, right? So we need serious people out there thinking about that problem and addressing it, in my view.
Yeah, but we can understand, right, that there's a fundamental difference between things like that. But when you say that there's no serious people looking to kind of adjust free speech and the way we internet, I would disagree. Maybe it's just because of the space I inhabit, but I see people making bills or trying to actually advocate for legislation. That
don't
would
say
make,
gay. That's fair.
Yeah, right. That would absolutely affect free speech. DeSantis, absolutely. You mentioned he's a big advocate of that. Not online as I see it, but more offline spaces. But when it comes to online spaces, right, there are people who, if they could, would make it illegal to espouse certain ideas. Right. In Britain, they have laws. In Canada, they have laws that limit, right, what you're able to. There was a bill recently that tried to get passed. I don't have it up, so I won't give the details on it. And I may be misremembering because this wasn't the subject I came to talk about today. But basically, it would... yes, this actually just got overturned. There was a cease and desist. It was a court case in New York City. I think it was either New York State or New York City. Made it illegal, right? Or that they were going to, if you got reported for things, send a cease and desist. In fact, let me bring it up.
Might want to ping Mr. Girl. It's 7:00.
Yes, I will do that as well.
While you're doing that, I think that's a really fair point. I think one of the things I think that's trickiest for us to tackle as a society is disinformation. Richard Stengel, who is a former undersecretary at the State Department, took on a real mission with disinformation in the Obama era, wrote a fantastic book about it called Information Warfare. And just talk about how one of the toughest things online is you have countries like Russia that weaponize our own free speech ideals against us and basically flood the zone with nonsense and make it very, very difficult to tell, up from down. Okay. And, I personally, I'm not a free speech idealist. I'm a free speech realist, which means I do think we need to take, threats to our national security very seriously and cramp down on bot farms and, hostile state actors like that. It's a really difficult problem for democracy to solve, in my view.
And just to give you guys more clarity, this was actually a court case in New York, a law requiring social media sites to publish a complaint and response policy for hate speech, which the state calls hateful conduct. This was recently found to violate the First Amendment by, and a preliminary injunction was granted to stop the law. 𝙎𝙬.org went to bat against this law. 𝙎𝙬.org is an excellent organization, gang. But if you want to look into that, just check out my Twitter feed. I think I retweeted that, and we talk about that. But we'll talk about that another day. Let me ping Mr. Girl. Okay. But yeah, it was a there are laws that pop up like this on occasion, right? And I agree with you that there is a problem with how we allow that. Well, let me put it this way: free speech is dangerous. Anyone who's telling you otherwise doesn't know what they're talking about. But the problem is censorship traditionally has been used to oppress people, right? Rather than protect them. It's been used to protect the state. It's been used to protect the powers that be, whatever the cultural hegemony happens to be at the time. And so my concern with this is any law or any mechanism that we create to deal with bot farms or things like that. Well, look at the misinformation board that was shot down under the Biden administration. Could you imagine a Trump administration putting together a misinformation board and getting to decide what counts as misinformation and what does not?
If it was the State Department doing that, the State Department are nonpartisan professionals looking at disinformation campaigns, I would posit to you we need serious non-political actors doing that outside the political fray, in my view. I think it's a balance. And, this is, I get really hated on by some of my liberal friends with this, but national security is not something I fuck around with. I think we have gotten way too... I think we've taken the peace and prosperity at home for granted for far too long. I think that we have, there are hostile foreign actors that can't strike the United States with, cruise missiles, but they can sure run a bot farm to damage our democracy. And I'm not saying it's easy to do that. I'm saying that it's something we should take seriously and we should address how we can, in my view.
Sure. No, no one is disagreeing with you that we should take it seriously. I think that it is a threat. I do think, though, that there is some evidence out there that it is not misinformation itself that is the problem, but the what was the term that I read? It is the economy of rationalization that is a problem. They take true things, right? So it's not misinformation; it's true things.
Yep.
And then they put it in such a light that makes it look sinister. Malinformation. So it's not misinformation, it's not disinformation, it's malinformation, malicious information, such as, one example, right before an election, right? Putting out or releasing information that the candidate that you don't like got arrested for drunk driving 10 years ago. That would be malinformation. It's information released to designed with malicious intent to hurt someone, but it's still true. And so there's just a lot here, and we do need to navigate it carefully. And let me see where Mr. Girl is, because he said he was going to be here right now.
Oh my goodness.
We'll get it. It's just timing, right?
I might tweet, "Where are you?"
Don't do that. Not yet, at least. Not yet. Not yet. I feel bad because this is partially my fault. That again, I wasn't clear as I could have been. So, is what is, right? We will get it done. It will happen. It's just the timing that will be at odds. But yeah, I DM'd him. We will see what we will see. I am excited. Just to let everyone know how this is going to go. Okay. So I am mostly going to stay out of this one, right? I know I interjected quite a bit in some other spaces, but unless there is, unless I need clarity on a point, because if I'm confused, then likely my audience is confused, unless they're talking over each other, right, and no one can hear what's being said, or unless they bring up something that was previously agreed that they weren't going to bring up, I'm just going to hands off this one and let them take the wheel. But yeah, it should be fun. It should be interesting, and I hope it happens because
I'm ready to go.
Yeah.
Have you ever read Starship Troopers?
I have. It was an interesting. Heinlein, I believe, wrote that.
Heinlein is one of my favorite authors. He talks about the beginning of it, how he gets the shakes before he goes into the capsule. Like, he can't help it because he knows he's about to be in combat. That's how I feel. I'm energized right now.
Adrenaline. No, it's a response.
Oh, there he is.
Aha!
There he is.
No, that's just Surprise being weird again.
Oh!
They do that. They like to...
Permaban.
Yeah, let's not do that, dude. We're not gonna bring you on, buddy. This ain't your show. We're gonna
That
have a
was
call
smart.
in after.
That was really smart.
That
was god tier trolling.
It was a nice try. Luckily, this ain't my first rodeo, gang. This ain't my first rodeo. But yes, I think that well, if you liked Starship Troopers, there's another book called Armor that was really good. But Mr. Girl is here, so we won't be talking about that now.
We'll talk about timeline another time.
True. Hello.
Hey.
Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
I want to apologize again for the miscommunication. My bad. I'm sorry.
Oh, that's okay. I was avoiding throwing you under the bus into the jaws of justice. I just said we had a mix-up, but
jaws of justice.
I appreciate your mercy, good sir. Thank you for that.
I'm very merciful.
Well, thank you.
But Brianna, you'll see that yourself today.
We'll see how it goes. I'm ready to go.
Okay, well, let me be first, just for the VOD that we'll be putting out. I will introduce the topic. I will introduce myself. I will give you all a brief introduction, brief, concise opening statements, and then we'll just kind of get into it. To just kind of reiterate the rules here, as I think you both agreed to beforehand. Correct me if I'm wrong. Now's the time to interject if I am mistaken here. But as I see it, let me bring it up. I had it up. Give me one moment. Okay, so yes. Scrolled up because I was checking to make sure the time. Okay, so I will only be stepping in if someone is disingenuous or smearing the other person. I will also be stepping in if one person is dominating the conversation, not letting the other person respond or answer the questions. I will be stepping in and muting so that each of you get space to speak. And also, if one of you brings up a topic that we previously agreed not to discuss, I'll step in and stop that from happening. But otherwise, unless there is a question in my mind that I might throw out there, I'm going to let you guys go. Welcome, one and all, to another episode of WhickTV, a cross-ideological space where we come together with a wide diversity of thought to discuss matters of the day. We are joined by the lovely Mr. Girl and Brianna Wu to discuss consent today. What it is, where it matters and where it doesn't, how it relates to interpersonal and financial interactions, and with that, I'm just going to let them get at it. So we'll start with Brianna Wu. What are your thoughts? Let's go.
What the fuck?
What the fuck?
You didn't want to start with Brianna Wu?
I think a coin toss would be in order, but fine.
You want to go first, dude? Be my guest. That's totally cool.
No.
So yeah, Max, you don't mind if I call you Max, do you?
Not
I
at
feel
all.
like one of the things I'm worried that's going to happen today is I've seen a lot of your statements on this, and I think something you tend to do is to drill down into very, very specific what we call in engineering edge cases. And I hope you can accept a limitation that I kind of have with my engineer brain. I have a really hard time not thinking about problems in concrete, specific terms. Like, what is the best way forward? So, as we're kind of planning this today, I just want to really be direct about what my mission objective is. I am hoping to convince you that your paradigm of consent that you voiced in many, many videos is one that may work in an individual sense, but it's a really, really poor system for not leading to harm for both men and women. And I really hope we can get into specifics and talk about that today.
I've been thinking about this with these book bannings. These conservatives, they want to get rid of all the books in your kid's third grade classroom. Or they show some teachers TikTok, some teachers being weird and talking about their gay relationship or whatever. And I think there's this homogenizing push. The idea that all teachers should be the same to all students, that all conversations about consent and rape should be the same. And my content is not really supposed to replace your mainstream consent culture feminist perspective. It's not supposed to be mainstream. My videos about consent or my conversations about consent are for all the strange children, for all the my flock. I'm like the Peter Pan of rape, and I collect all the lost kids who got consent but still felt violated, or still felt that they violated somebody else, or who it wasn't consensual and yet they can't stop fantasizing about it. All the sick outliers, all the edge cases. So it's not that I think that the discussion of edge cases should replace the mainstream. It's that I think so many of us are edge cases sexually in one way or another, especially me, in multiple ways, that you, to shave off all the edges is wrong and inhumane.
I hear you on that. So yeah, I do. And I think for some of the edge cases I've seen you posit on your channel,
Yeah.
I don't agree with many of them, but just for the sake of the discussion today, I would like to say I think that there are some edge cases sometimes that where consent is not clear between two individuals. But where I think would most be helpful to start is, while I was preparing for this, I realized I didn't really have a legal, clear definition of what rape was, right? And it was actually really, really hard to find because the laws around rape are so different in various states.
Yeah.
But something really, really helpful is they actually had the same definition of rape in the United States since 1927. And Robert Mueller actually just changed it to be a very, very updated definition.
Are you talking
of the FBI
federally?
crime report.
Right?
Yes, this is the federal definition of rape that's used in the FBI Uniform Crime Report. The penetration, no matter how slight, of the vagina or anus of any body part or object, or oral penetration by a sex object of another person, and this is the important part, without the consent of the victim. So what I found really, really interesting there is when you get into specific state law, they have a long list of things in like New York about what does and does not qualify consent. For instance, a woman that may be intoxicated, or any person that may be intoxicated would not be able to give consent in any case. So when I think we're talking about consent, in my view, and Max, I really hope we can work here today, I'm asking myself, how can we set some standards of behavior that all of us, men and women, hold ourselves to that make sure this doesn't happen? That make sure, boys or men don't end up at the courthouse, trying to defend themselves from a sexual assault allegation, and making sure that women aren't literally traumatized for their entire life. How can we avoid this from happening? What are kind of the standards we need to be thinking about? And I would love to know, just starting at the top end, what's kind of your view on that?
Well, I don't agree. I don't accept the premise of your question.
Okay. May make it hard to have a discussion today then.
I agree.
Well, how would you rephrase it, if I may ask, that you would accept the premise?
Well, now I don't know what we're talking about. I thought we were going to have a debate about consent.
Yes.
You are now saying that our role, even in a debate about consent, is to collaborate to come up with a list of strategies for society to help men avoid raping others?
I think if we're talking about consent, I think one of the things that makes it difficult for us to talk about this is expectations, right?
No,
I think
don't. Not right.
well, just let me finish. One of
Okay.
the things, in my view, is I think there are different expectations from people here. I think men have different expectations. I think women have different expectations. I think if you have various kinks, you're gonna have different expectations. So, in my view, what I came here prepared to talk about today is I want to convince you that enthusiastic consent is the best standard that's going to lead to the best harm with people, the least harm with people. Remember, I'm already agreeing with you. There are edge cases that exist out there. But I'm saying as an aggregate, if you're a young man out there asking yourself, what is in general do I need to do to make sure I don't end up in court, right? If you're a woman asking
Is
yourself,
that what
how
young
can I
men
make
are
sure?
asking themselves?
I think that there are real questions about that. I think that is why there's a lot of, frankly, I think that's why some of your content has been popular.
Don't try to butter me up.
I'm not. I think there are real questions that young men are out there asking themselves. I think they are confused about what their expectations are. Like you yourself has said in your videos that the society is really changing for what men are expected. For women, if you think about it, the generations that our mothers and grandmothers had were so wildly different than
Wick,
today.
she's gish galloping.
Yeah.
She's gish galloping. You gotta
No,
stop her. You gotta
I'm
stop
being
her.
very direct.
Well,
I'm quoting
stop
I
her.
you.
understand.
She's
Okay.
gish galloping.
Fair enough. I want to give you some space, and Mr. Girl, Max.
Okay, I don't know what the fuck we're talking about.
Let me try. Let me try that.
Sure.
Wait,
if you're
wait
both
a
okay
second.
with
Wait
this.
a second.
Okay.
No,
Yeah,
wait.
go for it.
No, I don't want you to try. I want to retort briefly.
So you do know what we're talking about.
No, just let
I
him.
know what
retort.
I'm talking about. Okay, there's a few conversations I could see us having.
Mhm.
Us collaborating to help men behave themselves is not one of them.
Okay.
It's we could have a meta argument about. It sounds like you're saying that's what I should be doing.
I'm saying I think it's the most important question. In my view, I
okay,
think you're
what-
asking
I
a
would
question
like
that's
to
not
just-
helpful.
I just
Sure.
want to talk. All right, for a while.
Sure.
Okay. It sounds like you're saying. It sounds like the first thing you said was that I focus too much on edge cases, and that really we should be focused on statistical big movements in the middle. What's going to give us the best outcome? What's going to give us the least harm? Yeah, there's situations where the advice isn't going to work for everybody, but like basically we should be reducing rape. That's the goal.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm saying I don't think everybody should be doing that. So it doesn't make sense to me for you to take me. I'm like a bioluminescent little magical jellyfish that floats around by thermonuclear vents at the bottom of the ocean. And you're different from the other jellyfish, and you're trying to suck out my bioluminescence and make me into a fucking normal YouTuber. I don't want to do that. That's great. I think it's totally great. If you want to go on YouTube and find videos and streams about how to not rape people in the most mainstream statistically viable way, then that's good. Good for you. I'm glad.
I think it's a lot.
I'm glad
simpler,
somebody wants
Max.
to do that, but that ain't my job. That's not what I'm here to do. That's not what God put me on this fucking earth, or the devil put me on this earth to do. It's not what I'm here to do. So I could see us having a meta argument where you're saying everybody should be doing that, Max, because I'm an outlier. So you're an outlier of content creators. So you're saying, Max, you should really be acting like the rest of us. Okay, then we can have that conversation about whether my content is irresponsible, or the things I've said about rape, the things I'm going to say about rape are irresponsible. We could do that.
I think something we talked about before this.
But
is
I
Okay,
trying to
don't-
just
keep
real
it-
quick. Stop.
Hold on.
Just real quick. All of you, stop. Brianna, you gotta let him finish. You gotta let him
Okay, I
finish.
thought he
Get
was
through what he's
finished.
got to
Yeah.
say.
I'm
I
never
will-
finished.
I will stop him when I
Yes.
think it's best to do so.
Sounds
but
good.
you gotta let me do that, please.
Yeah,
Go
Sounds
ahead.
good.
I'm gonna need a firm no from Whick before I stop, because that's how I am. We could do that, but what I don't accept is you smuggling in the premise that we're already doing that. And I don't know why you're reading these legal definitions either, because that's a legal definition of rape is not the same as a legal definition of consent. And the legal definition, by definition, is supposed to be that broad, statistically applicable definition that's going to reduce harm. That's obviously that's what the law should be. But I don't think we're debating what the law should be. I think we're debating how to talk about this, or discussing how to talk. If it's debate, then you're telling me the way I talk about it is wrong.
Then
But
at this point-
I don't agree. Go ahead.
At this point, right, I think that you stating what you think we should be talking about, well, let's talk about that, Brianna. What do you think? Do you think that that's an acceptable kind of switch or a turn
No,
on this? You don't?
I don't at all.
Okay.
In fact, yeah, Max,
Brianna.
so I think you've made some statements out there that I think most people would find pretty abhorrent about consent. I just want to read this right here.
But not all.
I'm going to ask you, let me finish what I'm saying. If we demand women convince themselves they must be 100% sure they want to have sex, all we're telling them to do is lie to themselves. So to be clear, before we started, I said, Max, please show me the videos you feel best represent your point of view, what you think has your best arguments in it. They weren't long videos. This one was 12 minutes long, and that was a quote in that video. It's my contention that some of the things you've said about consent are really, really deeply unhelpful. And what I want to do today on this debate is, and let me just get this thought out there. So when NASA is trying to send people to the moon, and they're trying to join two electrical wires together, they don't go to AutoZone and get a crimper and just cut it and do some electrical tape and pop it in the space shuttle. Yeah, the stakes are so high if something goes wrong that it's going to explode, right? So you've got to aim for a much, much, much higher standard. In my view, we don't need for men to lose on consent in order for women to be safe. And I think vice versa, right? The stakes are so high if there's a miscommunication. What I want to talk about today is how enthusiastic consent is the best possible standard for everyone.
Okay.
Because it's going to keep...
I understand. Sure. But we got to let both people in here. So do you think that's true, Mr. Girl? Do you think enthusiastic consent is the best way forward when it comes to these discussions?
For all of them? I mean, that's what I keep saying. It's like, is it the best thing to talk about all the time, no matter what's happening and no matter who you're talking to? Or is it the statistically broadly the best standard to apply generally? If I had to choose one standard to apply to every single situation, would I choose that? But the problem with that question is, and that I think the kind of what I was trying to say before, and the goal of my content is to make content that is for the people who are missed by that, the people who, for whom the concept of enthusiastic consent does not fix the problem. It doesn't speak to them. It doesn't resonate with them.
Can you give me an example?
Or it does. Yeah. Well, the quote she said. What did I say? I said, when we try to tell women that they have to be 100% sure that they want to have sex, all we're telling women to do is lie to themselves.
Mm-hmm.
I think that every time you agree to have sex, there's ambivalence. And every time you say no to sex, there's ambivalence. There is some part of you that wants to. There's some part of you that doesn't. And you have to take all of your mixed feelings and synthesize a yes or no binary answer for the person who is trying to have sex with you, or even for yourself. Even if you're just masturbating, you have to think like, well, it's late, I should be going to sleep, or I want to do this, or I don't know, I feel grossed out by what I'm looking at, but I still want to do it anyway. Whatever. Everybody has mixed feelings about every sex act they have, but in reality, you only get to do one thing. So there's many of you wanting to do many things inside of you emotionally, but your body is, in reality is only going to end up doing one thing, which means you're doing something that part of you doesn't want to do. And the way we talk about enthusiastic consent does not allow for ambivalence. If you detect ambivalence or enough that you're not feeling super like enthusiastic, then I guess you're supposed to say no, or that is you saying no. But I've not heard in mainstream sex education any discussion of like, yeah, sometimes part of you doesn't want to do it and you do it anyway. Or sometimes you do want to do it, but you don't do it. And I think it's important to talk about that. So that's what I was talking about. I was saying that like if you try to sand off all the edges and tell every woman smiling ear to ear enthusiastic consent, that's a lot of sex isn't like that.
Got you. Okay. Well, I want to pause right here and turn to Brianna. So again, you heard him. What do you think? Do you have a response to that? When it comes to enthusiastic consent, there are...
It's the exact same thing. Right? Sure. So look, I'm going to posit to you, I fully agree. There are edge cases, right? Like there are people out there that are, they're into more exotic things, right? I'm fully agreeing with you about that.
Yeah, just to interrupt real quick.
Talk about ambivalence.
Yeah. Sure. For example, if I may use an example, right? Someone asked me, hey, you want to have sex? And I'm not feeling it like 100%, but then they convince me, right? They're like, well, what, I'll make it work. We'll do some stuff that maybe I wouldn't normally do to kind of convince me. Like, you know what I mean? Like, there are some people who would say that the act of trying to convince me is pressuring me, and that is not okay. How do we square this circle, right? How do we get enthusiastic consent to fit with the places where I think most people...
We don't. That's what I'm trying to say is we don't...
But I want to see if Brianna can. I understand that's your position, but I want to see Brianna's position here. So please go ahead, Brianna.
Excellent. So really hear what you're saying there. This is a straight answer. Like, again, I'm going to tell you on this call today, my limitation is I'm utterly pragmatically minded. So, in my view, you can roll those dice and try to push through that situation, right? When there is ambivalence there, and this is why I think we would say, if you're talking about women, you could end up in a situation where someone is traumatized for their entire life. I got to tell you, I know a lot of women, and I would estimate at least a third of them have some level of trauma from sexual assault in their life, right? And I mean, this is professional women across politics, across game development, across academia. It's a large group of people. I think on the other, you've got situations like, and I hope we get to talk about this, Lav and Hassan, right? This is someone that was just very falsely accused of something. This is just an outright objective lie. And she tried to destroy his reputation. And, in this particular case, I think one of the things that really helped Hassan was the fact that he had an entire lifetime of talking about enthusiastic consent and really earning the trust of his audience. So what I'm saying is in that kind of ambivalent situation, what you're talking about, it could go either way.
What the
right?
fuck
But
are you
it's
talking
not,
about?
Max.
What are you talking about? No,
I'm going to finish what I'm saying.
She's gish galloping. Wick, I would like you to stop her. She's gish galloping. You asked her a very specific question about how she squares the circle of ambivalence with her enthusiastic consent.
I'm going to point this out.
Enthusiastic
Max
consent,
mainstream
consent.
2 minutes more than
I'm going to mute you both right now.
Dude,
until
that's not true.
I'm going to mute you both just so we can reset this, okay? I'm trying to have the best conversation that we can here so that we are understanding, right? And I understand, perhaps, right, Brianna, if you would clearly answer the question that was given, and then we can allow Max to respond. Just be brief, be concise. I will let you have the time you need. But again, conciseness, and then we want this to be a discussion after all, not a lecture. Let me unmute you both and go again. Okay, Brianna, the floor is yours, concisely.
Can you repeat that question? And I do just want to point out, Max has talked almost twice as much as I have so far.
I understand, but this is...
Okay, that's not true.
I got it right here, dude.
I have not been keeping time myself. I cannot.
It's not true.
I cannot speak to the time. But I will say this: the specific question asked, right, is when we use the model of enthusiastic consent, it can, right, make it seem that those who are trying to persuade others who might at the first be ambivalent, if you will, to having sex, right? But are persuaded to do so, that interaction is predatory.
Or not to do so.
Yeah.
Wait, that's not what I'm talking about, though.
Oh, then can you maybe clarify for me as well?
Okay. The language of enthusiastic consent does not... I'll tell you a story. Okay,
briefly,
first of all...
Briefly, so we can make
okay,
it...
first of all, fuck what you said about Lav. You're trying to piss me off. I know you're trying to piss me off by bringing that up. Okay, second of all, that has nothing to do with what we're talking about. You just like snuck it in there. Okay, story time. I was with my ex-wife, and she was trying to give me a blowjob in a hotel room, and she looked up at me, and we made eye contact, and she stopped, and she was like, "Are you okay?" And I was like, "What are you talking about?" And she was like, "You look really upset." And I was like, "Okay, I don't know why you're saying that. Don't ever do this to me again. Don't ever say that to me again. This is super invasive and violating. Fuck you. Get the fuck off of me. Don't ever do that to me again. Do not ever stop a sex act to ask me if I'm okay. I will tell you if I'm not okay." I had been raised with the feminist values of enthusiastic consent that you're referencing, and I did not have the language to even conceptualize, maybe I'm not okay, but maybe I still want a blowjob. Maybe I am upset. Maybe I have a lot of conflicting feelings about what's happening, but I had no way to even begin to grapple with the idea of having mixed feelings while getting a blowjob. And I had a lot of blowjobs with mixed feelings, and throughout all of them, I just pushed those feelings down because I didn't even literally have the language to even think about what was happening. So I'm not talking about you guys both still keep reducing this to, okay, but what's going to give us the best like manual for how to navigate the average situation? I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about an internal ambivalence and how that fits into our conception of consent and just in conversations about consent. And Brianna is telling me that I shouldn't even have those conversations.
Okay, Brianna, the floor is yours.
I'm not saying that at all, dude. I'm saying, in fact, for the third time in this talk today, I'm saying that is between you. I'm saying that's between you and a partner. That's for you to decide. If she ends up feeling like that's rape, it's going to end up, going through the court system and getting adjudicated. I'll decide if I'm on that jury, right? For you, if it goes the other way, you're going to be trying to defend yourself from false allegations. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear this, exactly like Lav made against Hassan.
So
what does that have to do with anything? Seriously, you're just shoehorning it in because you don't like Lav.
Okay, both of you. Right?
Lav is better than all of us put together.
Both of you. Please. To be clear, we're going to be talking about consent and what that means, right? Unless very briefly and concisely you can show me how the Lav thing plays into this concisely, please, then we're going to have to just move on from that because it's going to be a sticking point. It's not going to work, right? So just in the interest of the conversation as a whole, I'm going to give you a brief chance to square that circle for me, and otherwise we're just going to go on. So please.
Sure. Then really try to hear me here. I'm not bringing this up because I don't think
you are.
Max, please let me finish. I'm not bringing this up to like upset you or anything like that.
Okay, but why are you?
Wick, you've got to let me finish talking, dude.
Okay, I'm just trying to get to the meat of it.
Just let me know when I can talk.
Go ahead.
Never.
Thank you.
You can never talk.
Max, please. Go ahead.
So this is the contention that I have. Enthusiastic consent is a very good model because it protects everyone involved on both sides of the equation, right?
Yeah.
This, generally speaking, is what we are worried about. I think women are obviously
No,
worried.
that's what you were worried.
Max,
That's
you
not-
gotta
that's
let her
not-
finish. You gotta let her
I
finish
can't. I
uninterrupted.
can't do it, dude. You gotta mute me. I
Okay,
can't do
well
it.
then I will help you. I
I can't-
understand. I muted you. Brianna,
Thank you very much,
Go
Rick.
ahead.
I appreciate that.
Mhm.
So, in my view, I think there are two situations here, right? You have women, they're obviously afraid of getting trauma that lasts their entire life, right? I think on the other hand, I think the reason we're having all these discussions about consent in the manosphere and, these edge cases about, well, she thinks she wants to do it, but she doesn't, is because I think a lot of men out there are afraid of getting false allegations, right? In my view, the Lav situation with 𝙬𝙗, I would love to tell you as a feminist, like this situation never, ever, ever happens. It does. This was an extremely high profile case. I'm just going to quote this from Lav right here. Max and I are separate. I'm not part of his project in any way. I'm not trying to attack you, Max. I'm trying to bring up the most notable example of false allegations to happen recently. It was really upsetting to anyone serious about having a feminist conversation about consent to have someone out there making wildly false claims. So
Okay.
to me, it's that mixture of both of them.
Okay. I will now unmute you, Mr. Girl, and you are free to go ahead.
What's the false claim you're talking about that was so irresponsible or evil for the feminist movement?
If I can talk, I'm happy to answer that.
Yeah,
so
ahead.
the thing that happened is Lav basically came forward on a popular person's stream, and she said that she had a nuke to drop on 𝙬𝙗, and eventually she made an allegation that 𝙬𝙗 had had sex with someone that was underage.
Where did she make the allegation?
Was it Mr. Chud's server, Mr. Chud's Discord, if I'm remembering
Logic?
correctly? Yeah, Chud Logic, his Discord. And basically, this obviously got picked up by a bunch of people. 𝙬𝙗 had a very long stream, basically calling it false. And eventually, Lav admitted it was a complete mistake and she was erroneous. I've got the quote right here. It's not my story to tell, and I should not have told it, along with apologizing for making those false claims.
Wait, is
about
that
𝙬𝙗.
her admitting that the claim is false?
Yes, that was part of it.
When did she say that the claim was false?
In the same stream I'm quoting right there.
Do you have a quote?
I don't have that with me right now.
Okay.
I am not familiar enough to say either way, so I cannot weigh in on this, unfortunately.
Okay. My understanding is that Lav said that 𝙬𝙗 had sex with a 17-year-old when he was 25 in a Discord server with maybe 100 people in it, something like that. She might have repeated it in Chud's server, which is larger. She then made a public statement on Patreon where she said that he had sex with a 19-year-old. Or no, she said that he had sex with her friend and it was legal.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I agree that these are contradictory statements. The second one was made after the first, as time goes. And in the second statement, she said that the girl was of legal age.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so your contention is, despite her making a public statement that he did not statutorily rape her friend, because she had made an earlier statement in a Discord server that was not true, or that contradicts that statement, we and every streamer on Earth should parade around the first quote because it contradicted the second and string Lav up as the false accuser.
I think she was a false accuser in this situation. I think it speaks to this nightmare scenario that a lot of men have, that they will be falsely accused of sexual misconduct. And I think for me, as someone who has, like I've literally run for office, this is something I feel very seriously about, right? I think it really undermines...
My question is about why does everybody want to talk about Lavs? It always comes back to Lav. I don't think that, listen, I've been in this the false accusation business, receiving them for quite a while. Streamers are saying all kinds of things about me on stream, in Discord servers, constantly. And a lot of them aren't true, but I don't feel the need to find every single false or contradictory accusation about myself and try to publicly humiliate the person who made them. People call me Mr. Rapist in my subreddit. They call me a rapist constantly. But
Okay.
But you know what? That's okay. I don't think that I don't think the cops are going to come like arrest me because somebody called me a rapist in Discord server. People, okay, and Hassan, for his part, I think handled it really well. He just said he did a brief stream saying, "Hey, that's not true. I don't appreciate it," and then he fucking stopped talking about it. So I don't think that's a. I don't think that's a. I don't think that's wait. That's not the nightmare scenario. The nightmare scenario is that somebody goes to the mainstream media and the police and makes a sworn statement that you raped them.
Got you.
Not that you had sex with their friend when they were 17. Who fucking cares if Hassan had sex with a 17-year-old?
Mr. Girl, right? Oh, I want Brianna to be able to respond to this. So we're going to let Brianna respond to this.
Really try to hear me here, Max. The reason that Hassan got the benefit of the doubt from the community, from me, when I first heard that accusation, I go, you know what? Hassan has talked about enthusiastic consent a trillion times on his stream. I know what he thinks about it. I know that he has talked about this with the 𝕖𝙪𝗓𝙗 situation. And this is someone that I personally am prepared to give the benefit of the doubt to. So, in my view, this is a case of that standard, like protecting him.
Okay.
Against
to be clear,
things.
Brianna, real quick, let me ask Brianna because I want clarity on this too.
Sure.
Brianna, so your contention here is that by espousing this idea of enthusiastic consent, that doing so will protect the people who does that from false allegation. Is that your argument?
I want to be really clear here.
It doesn't make any sense.
Because it's tricky language. Okay, what I'm saying is if we as a society, if we are saying the standard we hold ourselves to overall, when people are engaging in discourse, in sexual intercourse, right, is enthusiastic consent. I believe that's going to lead to less situations that are uncomfortable for everyone involved.
Okay. What do you think, Mr. Girl?
I think saying you believe in enthusiastic consent and talking about it has no bearing on whether you privately rape somebody. It's not like people who rape people ideologically believe in rape. They are just doing it even though they don't agree with it or think it's wrong.
Can I ask both of you? This is a question.
Wait, no, stop. You guys are, this is terrible. This is the worst conversation ever. No, I don't, Whick, I don't want to do this. It is very obvious from your line of questioning and Brianna's answers that she doesn't really have a way to tie in her bringing up Lav and Hassan to what she's talking about. It really has nothing to do with what we're talking about. No one thinks...
I don't agree with that.
I know you don't. No one thinks that Lav is saying that Hassan brutally
My question
rapes...
has nothing to do with Lav, to be clear.
I know.
I'm trying to move off of it.
I know you're trying to move off of it, but I don't want Brianna to get away with this.
How do you suggest that I hold her accountable?
By letting me finish what I'm saying.
Go ahead.
It's a really thankless task for me to have to lay out all of the different ways that what you said isn't related to what we're talking about. I don't. The question that was put to you, Brianna, was how do you square the broad application of enthusiastic consent with all of the many outliers that all of us experience at one time or another? It's the idea that there's anybody who goes through their entire sex life without experiencing extreme ambivalence or confusion at one point or another. What Whick was asking you is how do you square that? How do you teach somebody to navigate those situations if you're only teaching them about the ideal, the feminist Boy Scout ideal of how you should handle those situations? You bringing up Lav and in Lav's the statement that triggered the dog pile on her most public statement in an essay was that Hassan didn't statutorily rape her friend. Now I understand that Yes, if you can read her you want me to read her Patreon post to you right now? Maybe we can clear up the
finish. Go ahead.
Maybe we can clear up this bit of misinformation.
Do we disagree that this whole thing started because she made the false claim that Hassan raped a child?
Yes, we disagree. That claim had been made much earlier.
It started from there, man.
No,
that was the issue at hand.
No, it didn't. That's not true. Hold on.
Okay.
Okay, in the meantime, while he's getting that up, I will ask Brianna just briefly.
Okay. Wait, I got it.
You got it? Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Steven. I don't have it. Wait, I have it.
You're teasing me, buddy.
I guess Hassan just hallucinated the video where he talked about the false allegations, which is where I heard about it. So,
well, that's not actually contradicting anything I just said to you.
Okay.
What I said is that Lav made a statement in a Discord server that Hassan had sex with her friend when she was like 17.
Okay.
She then made this statement, which triggered all of the streams and responses. Even though this statement was that, okay, here we go. Hassan Piker, Hassan Piker slept with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal. But he's denounced men publicly for doing much less. I don't care about it, and she's never going to come forward, but the fact exists nonetheless. Nothing will come of it, and it won't be held over my head.
Okay. Would we both agree that Lav has a real history of changing her story 5 or 6 times after the fact?
You're developing your own little history of changing your story 5 or 6 times if you don't answer this question.
I'm not
Do you agree that?
Here. Sure, go ahead.
Oh, well, you are now. Because now you're lying or misinformed. You're either willful. Now you've been informed. So this was her public statement. This was the Patreon post that triggered all the streams about how Lav falsely accused Hassan Piker of rape. So tell me,
if that is true, it's not to my understanding. I don't know.
I know that. That's why I'm trying to repair your understanding.
Max,
okay, you can just say
seems to me that
okay,
Hassan in the main video that I saw, the main issue he took issue with was the allegation that she was underage at the fact. And I think that the mens rea that Lav demonstrated by saying on a popular streamer's site, saying, I'm about to drop a nuke on Hassan, right? I don't think Hassan has empower or balance.
She didn't say I'm about to drop a nuke.
Yes, she did. She did.
Okay.
It was I'm going to drop a nuke on Hassan or something.
Do you have a quote for that, Brianna?
I believe what she said is I have a Hassan nuke. I don't think she said I'm going to drop a nuke on.
That's a distinction without a difference.
Those are different. I think those are pretty different.
I think that's a distinction without a difference. So,
I don't think so. I think in one she's clearly stating an intent to destroy him, and the other she's saying I know something bad about him.
Okay,
correct. So an imbalance in the power differential is not something that is a nuke, right? Saying someone slept with an underage woman.
We're dancing there.
Yeah, I don't want to do this. I just wanted to say for the record that the statement that Lav made that triggered all of this was a public statement that Hassan didn't rape her friend. Some particular. Okay, this is her Patreon statement. I'll say it again. It was legal. Hassan Piker slept with my very young friend when he was not so young. It was legal, but he's denounced men publicly for doing much less. That is the public statement that she made that caused all of these other streamers to dig out her other statements in Discord servers that he had sex with her friend when she was like 17. Okay. I agree that these statements are contradictory, but I think my view of the situation is that the private accusation was brought out after the public non-accusation in order to smear her. And Hassan was just a casualty in that process. Lav was not trying to attack Hassan.
And why did she say she wanted to drop drop a nuke on Hassan.
She didn't say that, and you just admitted she didn't say that. What she said is she had a nuke on Hassan. You said it was a distinction without a difference. Now you're going back to the original quote showing that actually you do think there's a difference, and I'm glad you agree with me on that.
No, what I'm saying is that intends an intent to attack.
It
what
does,
you just
but she
said,
didn't say that.
Max,
Okay,
what you
you're
just
not
said to
allowed
me
to
is
say
that she
okay,
didn't-
Whick, I would like to make a rule that when we're making accusations about other people who aren't here, exact quotes have to be provided with screenshots.
That's ridiculous. Let's have a conversation.
Okay. So
There's
I'm
no
gonna.
there's no reason to bring up Lav in the fucking
I will
conversation
mute
in
you
the first
both.
place.
I will mute you both while we discuss this because I do want it to be a conversation, but I do think that it is a reasonable request to at least have the quote on hand. Is that a reasonable request we can agree to, Brianna? Yes. Do you think that's a good idea?
No, I don't.
No.
I think
Okay.
it's
Can you
it's
tell me
clear
why?
that I came prepared with a lot of research in front of me and a lot of quotes prepared. I think anyone out there looking at this can see I did my homework on this. There it is.
Okay. Is this, Mr. Girl, is this going to be a point that we can move off of? Because I would absolutely love to move off
I would
of.
like
There's
you.
so many
I would like to
different
hear
things.
Whick. I would like to hear your opinion.
On.
If Brianna doesn't have the quotes and doesn't know the timeline and doesn't know what she's talking about,
I have described a timeline, to be clear.
you have described a timeline, but it was incorrect. Everything you've said
your
about
opinion.
this, in my well, do you want me to tell you the dates these things happened?
You had a question for me? Maybe.
Yeah, my
you can
question
ask me.
my question is, do you personally think that if Brianna does not have the quotes and dates, and that she is ironically making unfounded accusations about somebody else's unfounded accusations, which is the entire thing that Lav was worried about in the first place, is that somebody was going to trot out something she had said in a Discord server and use it to smear her, which is exactly what's happening right now. Do you agree that Brianna, in order to be prepared to do that, she should really have exact quotes and the dates that those quotes were said, since she's already shown that even the slightest change to a quote can completely change its meaning?
Okay. So I will say this. I do not know enough about the situation to know who is correct here. I don't
I'm not asking you
to.
That's not what I'm asking you. I'm asking you, as the person who's platforming this conversation, are you comfortable with a contested accusation about somebody else's accusations, somebody who is specifically afraid of words being put in their mouth?
I understand. Okay, I think
Are you comfortable platforming conversation about that without exact quotes and dates?
Can I have a moment to consider?
Yeah.
So let me tell you my thought process here. I think that Brianna in previous discussions has demonstrated that she is well researched, that she is able to get research up. She's able to back up what she says, perhaps not in the moment, but she has demonstrated to me in the past that she will back it up. So if she does not have the quotes now, she will bring them forward. Also, if she is incorrect and finds out that she is incorrect, she has before and will again retract and change. And in that context, I am comfortable with her at least bringing it up. I'm also comfortable, to be clear, with you challenging her assertions, providing your own quotes. Is that not clear?
Yeah, the retract and change thing, as I think we're seeing here in the example of Lav, doesn't work that well. So I don't see how it's relevant to the topic.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems like you're trying to spring this on me.
I did want to move off of it.
It is relevant, Max.
You wanting to move off of it.
Look, let me.
Is not.
Y'all have talked so much. Give me just 2 minutes here, okay?
You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
My central idea here, Max, I'm really hoping I can sell you on today. So we have to get past this idea that in order for women to win, men have to lose. And we have to move past this idea for men to win, women have to lose, which I think is a general theme in many of your statements about consent. We're all working together. We should have mutually entangled interests. I believe that if enthusiastic consent is the standard, I think it's very clear for men what's going on. I think it's very clear for women what's going on. It's going to cause less harm than these situations. And I'm giving you an example of a situation. It's not the only one I have today. I've got some studies right here from the CDC I would love to get to, but I think it's a really good example. We have to get past this idea that the other person has to lose. As a society, like mutually entangled interests, competing groups with mutually entangled interests tend to be very, very stable. This is why we've had the longest period of prosperity and relative peace around the world since World War II. So I think if we can all agree to this standard, I can convince you that generally speaking, this is in your best interest, and I agree generally speaking, this is in women's best interest. I think this is the best place to move to.
Okay. Are we good?
Me?
Well, I'm asking Brianna. Did
good.
you get out what you
I'm
needed
done.
to?
Okay.
I
Yes.
give you the space. Excellent.
Okay, Wick, I have a couple questions for you.
Please do.
What is the topic that we agreed not to discuss?
We agreed to there are 2 topics. Do you want me to actually bring them up?
Mine, on my side.
Oh, you didn't want to talk about Destiny.
Okay. Do you think that by bringing up Lav's accusation that Hassan didn't rape her friend, that Brianna is tangentially bringing up, since it was in a Patreon post about Destiny? Like, we all know that. Did you know that?
I did not know that.
Okay. Did you know that the day before Lav was crucified for her Hassan allegation that she had called Destiny the Harvey Weinstein?
I will maybe short circuit some of this. I am not familiar with the. I know it happened. I don't know any of the details, so I am ignorant.
I'm trying to make the case to you that Brianna is bringing up Destiny. I mean, she literally already said, Lav said this on the stream of a very popular streamer.
Okay. So how about this?
Brianna, who are you referring to when you said very popular streamer?
I'm trying to show you respect by not mentioning that.
Who are you referring to when you said that?
It's clearly Destiny.
Okay. Do you think that when we agreed not to talk about Destiny, was it your understanding that we were agreeing not to say the word Destiny, or that we were agreeing not to talk about the person Destiny?
I'm telling you in good faith.
I just want you to answer this question. I just want you to answer this question.
I think
do you think that we
well within good faith with you, Max, and I think that honestly, I think we should move on. I do.
I don't want to move on. You want to talk about Lav? Let's talk about Lav. Let's talk about Lav all fucking day. I love Lav.
Giddy up.
Okay. Do you think we were agreeing to not say the word Destiny or talk about the person?
I think, as I said,
Could you please just answer it? Are you not? You can just say, are you not willing to answer the question? Are you not willing to answer?
Wick, can you please step in, please?
Okay. What?
From my point of view,
give her like 30 seconds to get it out, and let's see if she can.
This is a multiple choice question. I don't want a 30-second answer.
The answer is no. I'm not bringing up Destiny.
Okay.
No. The question is, do you think that we were agreeing not to say his name or talk about him?
I think both, probably.
Okay. So you agree that do you agree that you did bring him up?
No.
Okay,
No
so
questions.
I will step in here, right?
Okay.
I think this is so tangential, right, to the topic we did agree to be about. Again, I'm ignorant. I'm too ignorant on the Lav Destiny situation.
That's totally fine. That's why I'm trying to fill in the gaps of.
I understand, but when you're asking me also to make a judgment call on whether or not she has broken the rules of the agreement, correct?
Well, just based on what she just said, I think it's pretty clear that she has. But
I disagree.
I don't expect you. Okay, that's
I
fine.
just disagree. I think that from my understanding, as long as she doesn't talk about you and Destiny, or Destiny in general, I think that suffices for me. But again, bringing this up and making the case, that's totally okay to do as well. I think that's well within your right.
I would like to expand us not talking about Destiny to include us not referencing Destiny, even if we're not referencing him by name, not referencing the very public falling out that Lav and I simultaneously had with Destiny, not referencing Patreon posts about Destiny in which Lav made comments about other people, not referencing really any of this complex network of relationships and contributing to dogpiling on a
Okay.
person that I care about.
Do you
No
agree to
problem.
those rules?
No problem,
Stop.
dude.
Okay, no
I have no
problem. We
intention
can
of
move
doing
on.
that.
Excellent.
None.
I will hold you
Zero.
both. I will hold you both to this standard. And from now on and out, we will finish. Like
Okay.
we have reached the hour mark, but I think in the interest of the conversation, if you
gotta
are
keep
both okay
going.
with it,
Yeah.
that we should go on for another 15 minutes to maybe get to something of substance, and then we can have open call-ins. Is that acceptable to both of you?
Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
Okay, excellent. So let me ask you, and I'll start with you, Brianna. Right? Man, now I'm unsure if. Okay, give me a moment to get myself together. Okay, so when it comes to false allegations in general, you said you had other examples. Please don't bring the Lav example up.
Yeah.
When it comes to these other examples, how do you think this relates to rape culture today?
So I want to be clear, it wasn't about false allegations specifically, but it's about the damage that happens to women. This is a really big story that came out yesterday. So the CDC has been measuring what is happening to young girls in this country. And the increase in girls that are claiming that they've been raped out there has absolutely skyrocketed. 15% of teen girls have said they were forced to have sex, an increase of 27% over 2 years, and the first increase since the CDC began tracking it. From this evidence, I think it's very clear. Like, I don't think all of these people are Harvey Weinstein they're leading to this situation. I think that with the pandemic and social media, I think that there's a culture where we are not understanding each other. Part of it is because we've not been in each other's presences, and there are other statistics that are happening behind the scenes, like the diagnoses of ADHD and social anxiety disorder. They're going through the roof. I think these are very clearly leading to some very mixed signals that are leading to these disastrous outcomes for it. So in my view, the best way forward on this is to move to a very clear standard of communication about what the intent is with consent. Something, Max, in the research I've done, you've said repeatedly that you just want it to be clear. So I'm giving you an extremely clear way to get there.
I've said repeatedly what?
When it comes to consent, you want people to be very clear with their motivations and their intention there.
I don't remember saying that.
That's fair. Do you mind if I asked you a question, Mr. Girl? Do you think?
No.
Okay, thank you. Do you think that most people who commit rape, do they believe that they are raping someone else, or do you think it's more of they are just ignorant to how consent should work?
I think most people who commit rape by the legal definition probably know that they are raping someone else.
Interesting. What would you agree with that, Brianna, or no?
No, I don't have any experience with this. I did, when I was running for office, meet a lot of people that work in special victims units, and I got to know people that work in this field. What I heard over and over was one of the reasons it was really hard to prove these cases, because two people had a story that didn't make sense. So my contention, and I don't have any studies here to back it up today, but what my guess would be,
I have no idea what we're talking about.
is,
Whick.
I'm going to finish what I'm saying, is that there's some percentage of people, I would ask, let's say 10%, that are out there. They're the Harvey Weinsteins of the world, right? They get off on the power, they enjoy violating boundaries. That's the sexual thrill to them. I think a large number of the case are people that are misreading cues from other people, and they end up in bad situations.
Okay. Thank you.
Whick, this is a disaster. This conversation is a complete unmitigated disaster.
Fair enough. Do you want to continue it?
Yeah, I'm not trying to leave. I'm just saying, like, I still don't know what we're talking about. I thought what we agreed to
Seems pretty easy to follow to me.
Well, we don't need to. Okay. We don't need those. Brianna, please, with the wipes. Okay. But go on.
I thought what we agreed to talk about was originally in DMs. I thought what we agreed to talk about was whether my approach to discussing consent was responsible or effective or something, and then to compare it to Brianna's and figure out if they're, I guess whose is better, or if I'm bad or something. Then when we started the conversation, it seemed like we were going that direction too. I asked, "What are we talking?" I kept saying, "What are we talking about?" And I thought we agreed to talk about how to, or if there's a way to take a kind of weirder outlier approach to talking about consent and have that coexist with a mainstream approach, which is better. Should I exist? Should my videos about consent exist? Are they just bad and wrong? Do they just hurt people? Are they confusing and misleading young men and young women? Or is there a place for that kind of conversation? And when should those conversations happen? How do we square ambivalence, which exists in everyone, with the ideal, which maybe broadly statistically can happen often, but definitely not all the time. And there's nobody who's gone through their life without a lot of ambivalence, like I said. I thought that's what we were going to talk about. But then Brianna said she wanted to talk about what's the best mainstream, statistically broad approach. And then I said, I thought we weren't talking about that. Then we agreed to not talk about that. And then she brought up Lav and 𝙬𝙚, which I felt sucked into that conversation despite not wanting to have it, because I felt that I had to not allow her to slander Lav. And now we're back to the other conversation we just agreed to not have, where Brianna is listing the best mainstream approach to consent.
May I try to maybe build this bridge here and kind of elaborate a little bit on what I felt was being discussed? I think that Brianna is suggesting that we have a crisis of consent that is emerging, and she is wanting to know, as I think I also want to know, how you fit into that, where you and your content fits into this crisis of consent. Is it helping? Is what you're doing having what's a word? Forgive me. Sometimes I'm bad with words, but if it has not a negative, but if it kind of synthesizes, if it synthesizes with it in a way that can actually be helpful, or if it is at odds with it and combative against it, and it's something we need to fight you on. That's what I thought we were going to be discussing as well. That's what I want to discuss. And I'm trying to facilitate that discussion as best as I can. You are right. It has been a disaster. I think I let the lab thing go on too long because, again, you seem to want to talk about it, and so I allowed you the space to do so.
I don't want to talk about it.
That's fair.
It's like,
in that case,
I just want to protect.
I understand.
My friend.
I understand. Yeah. But in that case, I do want to talk about, again, Brianna is mentioning that we have this emerging crisis of consent. Do you think that your videos, that your way of tackling these problems, can it synthesize and help Brianna's position here, or should we just be fighting you?
I think that there is a problem with content creators in general being too sponsored and too ad-oriented, where your content has to be an endorsement of what you're describing, unless you are virtue signaling or shaking your finger. I think it's easy to think that if I say something like, some people after being molested or raped develop sexual fetishes about the molestation or the rape and fantasize about it for the rest of their lives. If I say something like that, people think that I'm saying that's good, or that's normal, or that I like that, or that that's how it should be. But I'm just saying that's kind of how it is. That's just one of those weird things about humans.
Brianna.
I think that
finish, and then I want.
so I think if I'm talking about something like the quote earlier that Brianna read, where I said that if you tell women that it's possible to have no ambivalence about sex, ironically, they will shut themselves off from their ambivalence to convince themselves that they're not having ambivalence so that they can have sex, which is only going to make them more ambivalent.
Brianna, may I ask you just real quick?
Wait, I want to answer your question.
Oh.
I think
Please.
there is a place for Mr. Girl in the world. Yeah. I think there's a place to have those conversations. I mean, people are having those conversations in academia constantly. Like the stuff I'm saying is not controversial at all if you're in like a college setting or especially a grad school setting. I think the real question is, in the world of virtue signaling and sponsors and selling yourself, is there room for it? And I would say, yeah, there should be. I guess I disagree that what Brianna and et al. Are doing is trying to prevent rape. I think she's running for office.
Then can I ask Brianna directly, right?
Sure.
Same question with a small addendum as well, right?
Please.
Do you think that there is a place for Max content as you understand it and as he's outlined it today? Do you think that it's going to help your cases, or do you think it is necessarily at odds? In what way, if any, are Max's stances on rape and consent harmful, or are they harmful at all?
Yeah,
what do you think?
sure.
Can you elucidate that?
I think I
for
said this from the beginning, so I'm going to repeat. This was one of the first sentences I said to you, Max. I am completely willing to concede. I don't fully agree, but just for the sake of this argument, I'm just going to concede it. I'm going to say, I agree that there are questions to be had in this vein. Now, coming to something you said where you think the discussions you had are entirely in line with what's in academia, I don't think an academic would say, quote, I am not aware of any flaws in how we prosecute rapes other than they are underreported. I don't think you would find that in academia, but I'm willing to completely cede your point there. What I'm trying to convince you here is that you're attacking a question that is not helpful. I don't think it's the main problem that we're having. The main problem we are having in society when it comes to consent is we're not understanding each other, and I think we're trying to defeat the other side. And I think you don't have to lose for everyone else to win. I think we can come together and make a more clear standard, and I think it would be more beneficial for everyone involved.
Yeah. Response.
That's not a response to the question that you were just asked.
Yeah, it is.
Okay. So you're saying... Okay.
I'll repeat it a third time very super quickly just so we can move off this. Yeah. So
I don't think that's gonna...
This is my contention.
Both of you, I will mute you both. I swear to God. Okay, Mr. Girl, why is it not what she said sufficient? Can you elucidate for that for us? Why is what she said insufficient?
Okay. I believe the question you asked her was, is there room for... I would call more higher level.
Your style of content is what I said. So.
Yeah, my style. Yeah, it's okay. You said the question is there room for my style of content in the fight against rape, or am I hurting it? Should I be deplatformed? Am I the enemy? Should you be shouting me down, arguing against me, or is there a place for that in the fight against rape? I think that's what you were asking.
And to be clear, what I heard her say, and maybe I'm hearing voices or something, but she said directly, I thought, yes, there is a place for you. Did you not, Brianna?
That's exactly what I said. I said in my
view...
Wait,
I would like to... Can I finish talking?
Please. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Floor's yours.
Wait,
Floor's yours.
You just asked... Okay. So her answer is, yes, there's a place for you, but you are focusing on the wrong thing.
Exactly.
Okay. I think his question wasn't, is there a place for me? It was, is there a place for the things I am saying? And it sounds like the answer is no.
That's not what I said, dude. I will repeat it to you a fourth
I-
time.
We don't
I
need
don't
to.
want.
We don't need
Okay.
to
I don't.
repeat.
I'm not asking you to repeat yourself. I'm saying that it sounds like there's a contradiction. Also, I still don't really know what we're talking about. But I'm starting to give up on there being like a form to the conversation. So I'm just going to respond to the last thing that was said to me in a vacuum. I think Wick, I thought you were asking Brianna to square, I guess, what that place would be. What is the place in the fight against rape for talking about somebody getting raped but sort of kind of wanting it, or somebody having consensual sex but sort of kind of not wanting to and feeling raped by that? Those weird conversations that I like to have, to, as I said earlier, make a safe place for all the forgotten children who are left behind, as I was when my wife was giving me that nightmarish blowjob.
Well, I guess I will ask you, Brianna, directly what he just said. Do you think, right, what is the place for those conversations? Do you think that someone talking about how they have a, that they, during the rape, they were enjoying it or whatever, or, I won't put more words in his mouth too much, but
Sure.
do you think that it's okay to and maybe even helpful at times to have those types of conversations?
No. It's hard. So, Max, one of the things that made this really hard to study ahead of time is it's hard for me to sit there and listen to some of the things that you say about consent. So, but that doesn't make it inherently wrong to talk about. I think, in my view, if you're asking, is this helpful? Like, I have to take your videos as you broadcasting, like trying to influence young men to say, hey, you need to think about consent in a very, very murky kind of way. And I think it's the wrong question, because we need to be thinking about consent in a way that stops harm for the most people possible.
Mr. Girl, is that what you were trying to do with your content, to influence men to think of consent in a murky way?
I am trying to provide a context and a language for people who are not, who don't feel heard or understood by mainstream consent ideology or language. So, as I told in the story that my chat is now dubbing the blowjob from hell, I was I was one of those people who was in a situation where I didn't have the vocabulary or understanding to even begin to think about what I was feeling. And I am, I'm not, I mean, I can see you're saying you're concerned that I'm going to influence men to think of consent in a murkier way.
Yeah.
But what I'm trying to do is provide a language and understanding and intimacy around those confusing, we're calling them outlying situations, that mainstream consent talk doesn't address.
Sure. I really hear you there. I think that it's a situation that if that's the standard people are thinking about, I think they are statistically more likely to end up in a frankly a rape case down at the county courthouse. I think it's something, if you've got a kink with this stuff, I think you should work it out with your partner. Have very clear guidelines, but I think it's a relatively dangerous situation for all involved, for the rest of society, in my view.
We have.
If I'm talking about every normal everyday people feeling ambivalence about sexual situations, I think when you when you respond about like rape kinks and how people should work that out with their partners instead of raping women, it just seems like you don't understand or pretending not to understand what I'm talking about. That's definitely not what I'm talking about.
Can I
I'm
say
not talking about
something really
rape kinks.
charitable to you, Max? I think
No, that's
this
not
is
charitable. That is already not charitable.
No, I'm asking
To
if I
say-
can say something to you. I
No,
think one
you
of the,
can't now, because if you announce that you're being charitable, you're actually not being charitable.
Okay,
So
I'm going to say something.
Actually,
And you can just listen to it.
it is
and try to
literally
see how it
logically
is.
impossible for you to now be charitable after having announced that you're being charitable.
Okay. What I would urge you to understand, I think you and I have very different psychologies. And I said this at the very beginning. One of my weaknesses in these kinds of discussions is I'm very, very, very pragmatic. I tend to think of things as systems, and I tend to be very, very focused on outcomes. Something I noticed is you're very, very meta. You enjoy that gray area. And I said this before we started. I said I suspected this would be it would make it difficult for us to have a conversation because I am always going to be more focused on these systems. I think you're more interested in the meta discussion.
Okay, I'm going to step in. Here, gang, because this has been probably the most difficult conversation I've had to sit and be in this. It has been interesting at points. We are at time, though, and there are people who want to come in and ask you both questions. Is that still something you're both willing to do?
Absolutely.
Max?
Yeah.
Okay. Weaponized discourse. Send in the first person. I have to DM her too because there's a delay, and otherwise we're just gonna be sitting here like. I will say, while we're waiting, though, that I think that my opinion in this, not that I was asked, but Max, I think there absolutely is a place for you at the table. I think having these conversations, these difficult conversations, is helpful to understand what people think, what the average person, how they go through life and dealing with interpersonal relationships, romantic and otherwise. I do wish we had time to get to consent on a non-sexual basis, because I think there are things to be said about that, and there are things to be said about that. But I have talked enough. Hello.
Hi. I popped in to see Dad for like a second.
Hello, sweet pea.
Hello.
I know
And
that I'm dreading the texts that we're gonna have after this. I know I got roped into talking about you, but I did my best.
No, well, what's interesting is that one, maybe I just wasn't here long enough for the conversation, but I have no idea why the fuck I was brought up. That's number one.
My theory is that Brianna did it to piss me off and sidle up to Destiny, but that's just a theory.
And also, then I find out, because Brianna, I didn't know who you were.
Oh.
Then I find out that you're running
fairly
for office or
infamous
something.
online, so I'm not running for office.
Oh, well, I looked up your
she
Twitter
did.
at least and saw that you were at least, a notable figure. And then I was like, fuck, this woman who knows nothing about the situation is just calling me a malicious liar.
I watched all of. I am so embarrassed to say I watched all of it. So,
well, you didn't know that he threatened legal action, and then I had to clarify the age.
Good. I'm glad he did.
Yeah, and then when he was making the stream, he then tried to smear me by saying I said it because he wouldn't fuck me.
Wait,
did you miss that?
Can you repeat that, please?
On the stream where he is bringing up the false allegation and he doesn't prove that she was of age.
Okay.
He then says that I made it up because he wouldn't fuck me. And then he was like, and I don't want to talk about this anymore.
If he said that, then I would not say that he handled it well, obviously. I didn't
Yeah,
know
no,
he said that.
he handled it fine because he didn't talk about it again, right?
So I watched this today, and I'm just going to tell you what my recollection of this was. So he addressed the underage issue first and foremost, and then he went and read your DMs, and it
tried to publicly embarrass me.
Lav, I'm going to finish what I'm saying. And then from the outside, it certainly seemed to me like you were trying to like there are two interpretations of what you did. Either you were trying to sidle up to him in an amorous way, or you were trying to get information to drop this nuke on him. And he kind of read them and showed how he just kind of basically stayed away from you and was talking about the situation there. And just so we're very clear here, because I really do want to be clear, the reason I was bringing this up is because I've been so frustrated with this whole situation. It wasn't your story to tell. I think you did a real disservice to the feminist movement. I think it makes it so much harder to have any kind of conversation.
Stop. Both of you stop real quick. Both of you stop. We're going to let Brianna finish, and then we're going to give Lav full space to respond. So once Brianna finishes, Lav, you will have the floor for as long as you need. Is that okay?
Wait, can I say something to Lav really quick?
Concisely, please, sir.
Leah.
Uh-huh.
Don't get sucked into explaining yourself.
I won't get too sucked in.
You're already sucked in.
But I'm strapping in.
Don't explain yourself to these fucking people.
I will.
Noted. Okay.
Don't.
I'll call you to cry about it later.
Noted.
Let me get it out.
Brianna?
Okay.
Sure.
Finish what you were saying.
I think that this whole situation, you represent yourself repeatedly as like a sex positive feminist, a form like you've come out one day, you're talking about an anti-pornography stance, the other you're
okay.
talking
So now
about
this is just me.
And
so now it's not about
what the fuck I'm saying loud.
She just hates
no,
you,
because
Lav.
I don't really know where you're going with this. Because first it was an
Nick,
allegation.
Okay. Stop. Both of you. Brianna, be brief. Finish.
Sure.
And then Lav, I will give you all the space you need. Is that okay?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
All
The reason I brought this up
all the rope
is
you need.
Whick, I really need you to moderate. And
Well,
let
I
me
will
be
mute
able to
both of
finish what I'm
them
saying.
until you are finished. How is that?
Fantastic. It's not going to be very long.
Please.
The reason I brought this up is if we're talking about consent, as I said earlier, the main example in recent memory of a woman making some allegations that turned out to be entirely false is you. You are the very best example of that. So for me, as someone who's trying to talk about this, if I'm trying to get buy-in from people, if I'm trying to say, guys, this is in your best interest, you are an excellent example of why it is in their best interest to think about enthusiastic consent as a standard, because you might have some person on the internet make some utterly false claims about you, and then people are going to have to evaluate your character.
Okay, with that, we will be allowing the response. And Brianna, until they're done, I would ask that you not interject. Go ahead.
So when you say that I came out about this allegation, first of all, I never wanted this to be a thing. I felt like I was forced to because it was being held over my head. Obviously, Max already brought that up. Nobody understands how I could have possibly have felt that, especially with the witch hunt that's going on now. How could I have possibly not wanted it to come out?
You compulsively blurt things out.
Sure. So I think I had done one Chud Logic thing about sex work at this point. There were 5 people in chat and it refreshed every 24 hours, right? I'm not going to fucking over-explain myself again. Someone, I think it was Chud's editor, I'm not going to say it for fucking sure, screenshotted it, sent it to every fucking drama channel. Steven told me he was keeping everyone at bay. Okay? I didn't realize how bad I fucked up. Obviously, it wasn't my story to tell. But I wasn't even alleging that he was a fucking pervert freak. I was alleging that he was a hypocrite. And he is. 2 weeks after, he brings up how she was 19 and of age. He calls 𝕇𝙁 Thunberg a teenager. Same age, trying to talk about Andrew Tate and how it's inappropriate that he wants to talk about Greta's genitals when he fucked my friend, though. She was a legal adult. She was a consenting legal adult, not a teenager. He's a hypocrite. He's a piece of shit. That's what I was bringing up. I don't think he's a freak. I don't even care about the age of fucking consent. She could have been 16, 17. I'm in a state right now where the age of consent is 16. I don't give a shit. He's not a predator. He's a fucking hypocrite. That was what I was fucking saying. Everyone has tried to make this into an issue. I never wanted it to fucking be. And you can act all fucking shocked. Half of the fucking US agrees with me that the age of consent is 16 or something like it. I doubt that anyone thinks that he's a fucking pedophile. I certainly don't think he's a pedophile. I just think he's a fucking hypocrite. When I came forward in my public statement that was available for him to explicate, I had said, well, first of all, I said she was like 17 because I was 17 and we are very similar in ages. Okay? So she is a couple months earlier than me. Then he says that I could be, you know, someone was going to take legal action. He basically says on stream like a soft threat of like someone could do something about this, me or the girl. And so immediately I'm like, fuck, well, I'm just going to say that I'm just going to go with his story. And again, he lied even in that story. He said that he was 24 and she was 19. And then he goes on publicly to say who she is. And their ages he lied about their fucking ages.
May I ask? Can I ask you, Lav? And please don't take this the wrong way. But are we here? Like, what are we here for? Are we here to ask, to relitigate this? Or are we?
Wait. I think it's totally fair. Wait, I think it's totally fair if you're going to let Brianna come and make unfounded claims about Lav without the quotes.
I'm not saying she can't. I'm asking what she wants here. I'm asking.
She's here to shit on Brianna for saying retarded shit. That's what.
Yeah, I'm here to fucking set the record straight. I hate this fucking witch hunt that's going on. I think it's extremely anti-feminist that you're spewing this bullshit about me coming forward about something I was like barely fucking coming forward about.
Okay, so
something that I was exhorted to come forward about.
To be clear, what you're saying.
And also, wait, hold on. And then this is the last thing I'll fucking say is that you were like, because Hassan has a long history of what the fuck ever. Yeah, his long history of going to brothels to pay for fucking sex. What about enthusiastic consent there? Is that enthusiastic consent, Brianna? You tell me.
I'm pro sex work. I don't care if his son goes to a brothel.
I didn't ask you if you were pro sex work. I said, is that enthusiastic consent? Why don't you explain to me the nuances of paying for sex? Is that enthusiastic
Unlike
consent,
you,
Brianna?
I don't have an issue with sex work. I think
I'm not asking you if you do, babe.
That.
I'm not asking you if you do. I'm asking about the enthusiastic consent ethics of paying for sex.
I don't have an issue with it.
And what about when Steven brought up that and actually lied to thousands of people on stream that he went to a brothel that was trafficking children?
Are we still going with the rule to not talk about Ds:iNY? Is this still a rule?
I think Lav can talk about it.
Max can leave if he's uncomfortable.
I'm just making
sure. He knows
sure.
how to set his own boundaries. He'll fucking tell you.
I am making sure for my edification. Continue.
No, but I want to know why I was the one who was the most notable person to come out when.
Yes. That is a good point that 𝙇𝙤 falsely accused Hassan of going to
much worse.
Going to a brothel that traffics children.
I'm the public witch burning.
I'm going to give Brianna a space to respond to all that.
I don't want Brianna to have a space to respond.
Well, I do because I'm the moderator.
No. Brianna came on.
I understand, and Brianna. I am the moderator, and I will give her the space. I understand what you think about this, Mr. Girl. I get it, but we got to give her space to respond. Are we clear?
Leaving if you do this. Fuck that.
You're leaving.
Brianna attacked Lav out of fucking nowhere after we agreed not to talk about 𝙇𝙤. She's clearly breaking the rule by doing that. She literally brought 𝙇𝙤 up. She attacks Lav. Lav gets to come on and say her piece. I think we should. Do
you not think I'm letting Lav say her piece right now?
You literally said right before Lav started talking, okay, Brianna, I'm going to let you say one more thing, and then Lav, you get to defend yourself. Lav has defended herself. I think we should leave it at that. I don't want to keep going back and forth. Brianna, and I don't want it to go another cycle of back and forth, and I sure as fuck don't want Brianna to have the last word on this.
Okay. Lav.
Lav. We can move it on.
We are going to move on. Do you have any other questions?
But now I want to talk, because this whole panel was supposed to be about enthusiastic consent. I want to hear about what Brianna thinks about the ethics of paying for sex and if that's enthusiastic consent. If she's pro sex work.
I think it can be.
Okay, cool. We've heard that. Lav, thank you for coming on. But we have a large room, so we're going to send you away, and we can talk about this another day if you'd like.
Okay.
Talk to you later, Leah.
Okay, well, I thought it was going to be easy day, gang. I thought we were going to have an easy time, not let them drive the conversation, but obviously we can't be easy on Whick. Okay, weaponized discourse, next. I got it, DM her, because there's a Send in the next contestant on whatever shit show this has become. Webby, please. Okay, I might have to choose. The only problem with that is there's a lot, and I don't know who is
Who the good
vetted.
guys and
Yeah.
who the bad guys are.
So this might be a thing. Okay. We will try. We will. I'm looking to see who's going to be best. Let's try Stabby. Oh wait, no, Smeth. Okay, Smeth. Hello.
Hello.
Oh, Smeth and Stabby. Is there a reason we're sending in both at the same time, Weppy? I hope there is.
Yeah.
Okay. What do you think? What's your thoughts?
Smith
Okay,
is a
I
Mr.
wanted
Girl
to-
plant.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about. I think that if you're trying to tell people how to protect themselves from false allegations within your framework, I think you're also telling people how to protect themselves from true allegations. If your stance is to take the most middle of the road, broad stroke, and hold your stake as it's black and white, this is consent or this is not consent, and you make these public statements, and that's how you're going to protect yourself from false allegations. I think you're also doing is you're protecting yourself from real allegations. By avoiding the murkiness that can happen within consent, you're actually only doing that. The only thing that can serve is to protect yourself.
I mean, maybe again, this is my limitation, but I'm asking myself, like, okay, you've got to, like, we have the definition right here of what rape is, right? And it says it's pretty murky on consent, without consent of the victim, right? State law gets into consent. So, it is like you're rolling the die, right? Like, what can a prosecutor say? What evidence are they going to be able to find on your phone? It's not a protection. It's not a shibboleth. It's a standard that if you strive to, I think that's the gold standard. I don't think it's going to protect everyone, and I don't think it'll protect malicious actors.
But the conversation and the reason Stabby was in here, I'll say this so that you can jump in, because the whole conversation is consent is murky. That's the point of Mr. Girl's video. Right. And so I think that in saying that if you're saying that consent is not murky, that only serves to protect yourself.
That's not what I said. Yeah.
Because sure, in a legal sense, it has to not be murky, right? But in a personal sense, and actually, and as far as advocating for yourself, it has to be murky.
And I would like to point out that we're in the wrong fucking realm at this point. So we're all talking, we're using the legal definition for consent. We're talking about consent being murky. 9 times out of 10, when people say that consent is murky, they're talking about something like the dog got outside, a kid woke up and interrupted it, and then you're just not in the mood, we need it back, etc. Those are usually the examples people are thinking about in these particular situations. And that's not murky. That's just something interrupting it. And people want to muddy the waters on purpose, because I think people don't like the idea of an entire structure of an entire demographic of people getting to consent now and actually having some control over this. So we're in the wrong fucking realm in what we're discussing right now. What we should be discussing is we have things like I was using an example in the Discord in the backstage area where if you break your ankle and you are now the tendons are shortened, so you're good at wall climbing, we don't just have you do wall climbing. We still try to fix your ankle so you can walk and run again. And that's one of my problems. Like, for instance, with CNC, I'm sure we all know about the CNC kink, etc. While I'm against it,
I actually don't know what that is.
Yeah, I
consensual non-consent.
It's consensual non-consent.
Pretend to rape somebody, but you got
right.
It's
an actual kink that people want to engage in, and what people say, which I think Mr. Girl has said this before as well, is that some people have this for the rest of their lives. I'm personally a rape survivor, a gang rape survivor from the military. I don't have this. I do not understand people who have it, but I don't want to shame anyone. So what I would say for that particular instance is we would be helping them. We'd be making sure we open it up so there's not the opportunity for abuse. We would have a professional involved. We would understand that there's a part of that that's trauma and a part of that that's a sexual kink. What we're not going to do is we're not going to put somebody's kink or somebody's sexual desire above anybody else. We're not going to do that to anybody. We're going to value consent and the person's autonomy long before we do anything else. So we're in the wrong realm for the discussion at all by trying to say, oh, consent is murky.
Let me ask. Do either of you have questions, or did you come here to pontificate on the
yeah.
I did want to ask Mr. Girl. I did want to ask Mr. Girl a question.
Yeah.
Please do so.
What's up?
So, Mr. Girl, which is more important in a situation where there's a couple, they're involved, one of them is not enthusiastically consenting, one of them kind of wants out of this? Which is more important? The fact that the person who is still enthusiastic continues and gets to finish, or the fact that the other person has a level of autonomy and they can get out of this situation?
I reject the premise of your question.
So you can't answer my question.
I can. I refuse to. I reject the premise that every conversation or thought should be audited by putting it against every other conversation that you could be having and every other thought or thing you could be saying or thinking, and then describing which is the most important. It depends on the conversation. So if somebody has sex with their partner and they say, you know what, I didn't really...
This isn't a conversation.
Hey,
You have to...
Stabby, you gotta let him finish, and then you can respond.
Okay.
He's answering a different question.
No, I'm going to answer your question. The answer is it depends on the conversation that you're having. So in this conversation, where I'm talking to somebody who just disclosed that they're a gang rape survivor, who is clearly focused on rape prevention and who's focused on the law, if we're talking about the legal definition of consent, then of course the autonomy to leave a sexual conversation is more important, or a sexual situation is more important. If we're having a different conversation, like if I'm having a conversation with, say, a feminist, she just got out of college and she's had sex with her boyfriend. She didn't really want to, though. And she comes to me and she's like, I feel like I got raped. Technically, I didn't really want to. I wasn't enthusiastically consenting, but I haven't had sex with him for a long time and I felt like obligated to. Did something horrible happen to me? Because I don't feel like something horrible did happen to me. I'm confused. Then in that conversation, the other side of it could easily become more important, where sometimes in relationships you do have sex, or like Whick said earlier, you get talked into having sex when you didn't initially want to. And so that side of the conversation could become more important. Or if I'm talking to the other partner, it could become more important. I just don't agree with it. Yeah, I'm going to go on for an hour. I just don't agree with the framing that if we
in
talk
that case,
about
I'm just going to interrupt you, and you're going to have
Okay.
to get your pissy baby feelings out on your own time.
Can we
So
not
what's
do
going
this?
to
Okay, go on.
No.
Finish.
So what's going on? So what's going on here is when I ask you, there are two people involved, and I like that you conceded immediately that obviously the person who wants to get out of that situation, that's more valuable. The thing is, we're not trying to value what happened to the person who got to finish. What we're trying to do is with that girl who's in college and she's like, oh, it had been like 6 months and finals and all of that, and I finally had sex, but I didn't really want to. So what we want involved with that, I already mentioned earlier, if you'll notice, and I said that we should have that opened up to professionals, people like sex therapists, people like couples therapy, etc., because then we can actually get to the bottom of why this girl thinks that she should not be having sex, just like we can get to the bottom of making sure that somebody who likes to engage in CNC as a kink is actually doing it safely without being re-traumatized or re-harmed.
Okay. My contention with what you're saying is that you want to talk about that at the exclusion of other conversations. So
How did I just exclude anything? I just now included yours right off of the bat, and I think you're just trying to come up with a brand new thing at this point. To be completely honest with you, I think you're just like floundering around trying to find something else. If you open this to professionals for consensual non-consent, then we're dealing with people who will not be further traumatized, who will have a guiding principle.
I don't know
if we're
who
dealing with
shut up. If
we're dealing with a
Can I respond?
If we're dealing, I don't consent to you actually interrupting me. If we're dealing
Stab
with
it.
a
You interrupted me.
who is sitting
Okay,
there,
no one gets
If
to
we deal with
decide. Hold on, I'm going to mute everyone because no one, and I hate this, no one gets to decide who talks but me. And I will allow you some room, all of you, but if you do not obey the rules, then you will be muted. You will be forced to obey non-consensually. I fucking guarantee you. I will mute the shit out of you. Okay, are we good? Are we clear? Stabby, be concise. Finish, and then we'll allow her, Mr. Girl, to respond. And then if there are no other questions, we're going to move on. We have a large line, and I want to get as many people as possible. Okay? Cool. I'm going to unmute you now. Go ahead.
Awesome. So I just want to, I already did the one for the consensual non-consent or somebody being re-traumatized. That one's covered. So the next one is we're going to also open up 2 professionals and 2 trusted individuals and absolutely include her boyfriend in the situation if we're dealing with the college girl that you gave me as a hypothetical. The professionals being involved in the entire conversation is going to help those 2 particular difficult situations, and they're completely anathema to one another. They're completely on the opposite side of these particular things. I've solved your problem. More professionals. There you go. You're welcome, Mr. Girl.
Ooh.
Okay. Can I respond?
Go for it.
Okay. I don't think I agree on your framing of the problem or the conversation that should be happening. I don't know who we are when you're saying we are going to have professionals come in. I don't know what organization.
Humanity, society. Humanity and society. Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. I think I am still gonna just stick to the point that I kind of had throughout the whole conversation, which is you can have therapists and counselors talk to people in relationships or rape survivors or whoever, and also I can make my weird little videos. We can do both things. I think the question is, I thought, are the videos so harmful or so counter to your goals that they should be replaced or silenced, or do they need to be beaten down or argued against, which it seems like is what you believe? My problem is that you again are auditing everything everybody says as though everything you say needs to be the most helpful, true thing. To my mind, there are a lot. So, like, if I were in Saudi Arabia,
okay.
If I were in Saudi Arabia and I was a YouTuber there, or whatever the fuck I am, an artist. Let's be honest. If I were an artist in Saudi Arabia, my subversive edgelord content I would make would probably be exactly what you're talking about. I would be saying, guys, rape is bad. I know this is crazy, but raping women is bad. Raping your own wife is bad. You can actually rape your own wife. I would be the most controversial YouTuber there ever, because I would be saying, well, I see this gap of stuff that we're not talking about in this place that we're not talking about it, and those are the videos that I would make there. But that's not happening here. There's a ton of people doing good mainstream feminist anti-rape work, and I'm glad that you're doing it, and I think it's great. I think what you're saying is great, and I completely agree with it. The only part I don't agree with is that I shouldn't also be doing my thing.
Fair enough.
Can I respond to
I got one more question.
Real quick, we got a
think
list of
yeah,
people.
okay. Just brief question. Do you think that Brianna Wu? Do you think that having videos like "Consent is Complicated" will give people the tools to better consent going forward, or do you think it doesn't provide any tools like that or anything?
That video has the quote, "If we demand women convince themselves they must be 100% sure they want to have sex, all we're telling them to do is to lie to themselves." I think, I'm not a big fan of this idea that like certain things are like out of bounds. Like, Max, you keep trying to frame it like, oh, it's so harmful, it can't be said. That's not my position. My position is it sucks. It's not answering a good question. It's not helpful. And I don't believe there's much insight there.
Okay.
And can I respond to his really quickly?
Only if it's brief, because there's a large list of people.
Okay, I gotcha.
Brief.
I got you. Okay, number one, people in Saudi Arabia are also against rape, so I would never form anything where they're all okay with rape. That's pretty fucked. And secondly, I think that yes, we absolutely can criticize your videos. If your videos cannot stand on their own 2 feet, and if your opinions can't stand on their own 2 feet, that is literally your problem and no one else's. So just get used to the criticism.
I'm not saying you shouldn't criticize them. I'm saying that if the criticism is this isn't the main thing we should be saying, my question is, should we all be saying the same thing?
People don't have to agree with you, Mr. Girl. I welcome to adulthood.
We have circled the drain on this. So thank you, Stabby, and thank you, Smith, for calling in.
All right, see ya.
Ugh. Okay. Breath. All of us. Okay.
I'm good. I'm having a good time.
Weaponized discourse, please send in. Let's try to keep it one at a time. That was a little much.
I agree.
Who's next? Okay. This is delay, but this is how we do. But yeah, this is obviously there's a lot of strong feelings here. There's a lot of real passion, and I don't think that's necessarily bad. Hello.
Hello.
Hi.
The
Hey,
male
how's it going?
guardianship system not only directly affects a woman's ability to report the crime to the police and file a court case without the permission of a male guardian, but it also relies on an underpinning idea of women's obedience that is often in conflict with the possibility of combating domestic violence, including marital rape. I don't think that Saudi Arabia, I think Saudi Arabia probably does need a YouTuber or content creator talking about how it's bad to rape your wife. I just want to make that point.
Noted.
Okay.
Drazi, what do you have?
Hey,
Plant. Drazi's a plant.
I have a question that doesn't necessarily reflect anything I feel, but will get you guys to have an interesting conversation. Brianna, I've seen on your Twitter that you have, I think it'd be generous to only say implied, that a parent denying their child gender-affirming care is equal to neglect. So to take this idea that they can that the child, despite the parents' desire to have them not have it, can consent to having this complicated thing that has long-term effects that even adults kind of have a hard time grappling with at times. How do you square this away with things like age of consent?
I think it's completely, I think it's apples and oranges. I am of the opinion that especially if children are involved, oh my God, you need the highest standards of care available as far as anything related to gender transition. I'm talking the utterly highest. So you need to get a clinician involved. You need to start therapy for literally, I believe the guidelines are at least 3 months of therapy. For a child, it should probably be a year, right? Then you've got social transition, and then you've got puberty blockers way down. This is all done with 3 people involved, right? A medical professional, the parents, and the child. So to me, I'm not going to tell you it's a simple situation. It's not. But, you're checking in with the child. You've got an expert checking in with the child, making sure that you're moving in the right direction. You've got a doctor involved. You've got an endocrinologist involved. This is a fairly normal model of consent when it comes to medical help for children.
Maybe I misunderstood your tweet. I believe you said if a religious parent denies their child gender-affirming care, and that child then commits suicide because of that, then it is on the parent. The parent should be charged with neglect. Am I correct in understanding that you're saying that the neglect here was denial of the gender-affirming care?
I'm giving you a more nuanced answer right now. So I think if there's a blanket situation where a conservative parent is saying, you know what, it looks like you have GID. We're not even going to take you to a doctor. We're getting a bit of echo, by the way, if you could mute yourself. That parent is like, we're not even going to take you to a doctor. We don't believe in this. I'm done. No health care for you. Yeah, that strikes me as very similar to the, I grew up in Mississippi. We had snake handling. There were parents that would force their children to play with snakes to prove their faith to God. So I do think in that situation, that is neglect. Now, I think if that parent goes to a doctor and they talk through the problem and they come to the conclusion that this isn't in the child's best interest because there are factors, that's clearly not neglect. This is it's an emerging area of medicine. It's extremely complicated. Overall, we should be proceeding extremely cautiously, in my view.
Anything else, Drazi? Does that answer your question, first of all?
I don't know how this really contrasts with the other side of it, because I think that it's but I guess I just sort of posed this for these two to go at it. So yeah, I'm content with sort of leaving it there and just seeing where this goes.
Any thoughts before we move on, Mr. Girl?
I am against gender-affirming surgery and hormone treatments.
Well,
especially for kids. But I think for everybody.
That is another conversation, I think.
Yeah, I don't
that's
think
up-
anyone can. I don't think anyone can consent to it. I guess that's how I would tie it back in. But that's my stance.
I think this is off topic.
Fair enough. Okay, we'll
Well,
bring 𝙍𝖎.
I'm not sure that it's fine. Thank you. I guess it didn't go as interesting as I thought, but I tried.
𝙍𝖎, you're always welcome here, and even if it's not interesting, you're interesting to me. I love you, buddy. I'll see you later. Okay,
Bye,
next one. Trying to get as many people. I want to respect both of your time. We'll probably do 2 or 3 more calls, and then we'll call it quits. Next one. Weaponized discourse, please. Chip, what's up? Buddy, I'll see you later.
Hey, one sec. Let me just get this camera actually working here. Cool. Let me mute my thing here. Okay, so this is going to primarily be for Brianna because I have some questions and maybe critiques. Since you said before that you like to approach these topics from a sort of systemic and pragmatic view, I think
very much.
I think that the problem with talking about enthusiastic consent as the best way to approach this sort of pragmatically, systematically, is that I don't think that the premises that it's founded on are actually fully in good faith or one, just accurate. So I think that it's not addressing the core problem. The core problem, I think, with the broad scale sense, when I've talked to various people that have had this experience, the broad ambiguous sense of discomfort with sexuality, it being like sort of compulsive or having these different features coming from women, I think has to do with actually a little too much positivity and not enough willingness to tackle the ambiguity of sexuality and the transition from not being sexual into being sexual that girls experience. And I think that most of the problems that are happening with it are actually happening on the women's end and not the men's end. I think women don't actually know what they want, and they're encouraged to not explore what they want. And this is important, they're pressured to believe that because they're of a certain age, people want something of them, and it is normal and it is good to have enthusiastic and to have good sex and all of these things. They're kind of pressured into a sort of compulsory positivity instead of exploring that ambiguity internally. And I think also not only is it not going to be addressed best on the individual level on one-on-one therapy, because I think it's almost all women inside of especially American culture, but it's also not going to be addressed by the enthusiastic consent model. It needs something else.
Sure. So first of all, I want to thank you because this is the kind of discussion we should have had. This is an excellent question.
Pause. You guys can continue. No slurs. I gotta take a bio break real quick.
No, that's fine. So what I want to say is, I think if you remember my comments, I was saying I think we have to get past this idea that in order for men to win, women have to lose, and vice versa. What I've noticed a lot with the consent discussion is I want to be respectful and not trying to attack you here, but I think generally speaking, what you're saying is kind of saying, well, there's some women out there that have some hangups and they should get over it. It's kind of putting the onus on women, right? And if you think through that, it's like, well, because we've got some women that may, in your view, have some sexual hangups, we need to have less clear boundaries about consent. In my view, those women, if it's at a level where it's like troubling for them to form relationships and have things with people, I would encourage them to go see a sex therapist and ask why they have those hangups. If they're not able to enthusiastically consent, I don't think that putting them in a situation where a dude is pressuring them into that is going to help anyone. In fact, I think it's very likely to lead to a situation where she feels uncomfortable and there may be some mixed signal reading there. So I hear what you're saying, and I agree that's a true thing. I grew up in Mississippi. I'm very familiar with the extremely sex negative things that a lot of people grow up with. I just think the proper place to explore that is with a therapist.
Well, Brianna, this is kind of where maybe you didn't get entirely what my point was.
I may have missed it. Please
No.
clear.
So
yeah.
What I'm saying is that while you can talk about the sex negativity, I'm not talking about women that have unique hangups that are coming from a certain background. I'm saying that the sex positivity has sort of assumed that the only thing that was holding people back was those hangups, and has assumed that female sexuality inside of a like male sexual culture that hasn't changed that much is going to just become very similar to the male sexuality that it is present in that culture. The second that we lift the veil of that sort of like repressed sexuality and the internalized Catholicism and all these things we say, I think what's actually happened in the sex positivity is that we've just sort of said, oh, it's like sex negativity, but instead everybody's really happy and everybody plays up their enthusiasm. And I don't think that there's a nearly as much introspection on the female end as there needs to be in a broad sense and not individually. Because individually, I agree, people could get a better sense of that. But if we're going to have a broad conversation, and I think we should be having broad conversations because there's a broad and almost universal issue, it should be happening not on the enthusiasm side. It should be on the actually having a full understanding of your sexual identity that you like know with absolute confidence, that you're not compelled towards.
Yeah. So, okay. So I think, I hear you. And I think that's well said. And it's a strong point. I think this is where our differences are. My focus here, because I'm somebody that thinks about systems, my primary focus here is how do we lead to less situations where people feel raped or they're accused of sexual misconduct, right? How can we have very clear communication there? You're talking about having like a more positive, constructive sexual culture in the United States. If your contention is that women as a general cohort should be having more open discussions about this, I am entirely enthusiastically in agreement with you. I just think like my primary mission objective here is to lessen the number of women that get raped.
It seems like the arguments coming from your side throughout this entire stream are all really focused on this isn't the most important conversation to be having. The most important conversation is XYZ.
Yeah.
Right.
That's
so
my view.
I know. And I don't think that we're going to be able, no matter how many different angles and arguments people throw at you about the necessity for other types of conversations, I think you're just going to keep saying that.
It's because it's how I feel. I've already said repeatedly that there's
I'm not saying it's not how you feel. That's clearly how you feel.
I've said repeatedly there's value to what you're doing. Yeah.
You said there's value. Well, you also said it sucks. So
yeah, I think that's fair. That's fair. Oh. I think that this is speaking broadly. Max, something I learned when I went to rehab 20 years ago is the people that get healthy and they're able to get clean are the ones that take a really, really hard look at themselves and they're willing to ask very difficult questions. I think that trait inside of me is why I've been sober for 20 years. And in the aggregate, I think that there is some value with your project, which seems to be to get people to ask difficult questions. I think for the 2 video examples that you showed me and asked me to reference for this conversation, in my view, there wasn't a lot of insight there, but maybe if I kept watching, I would find other videos. Yes.
No, those are the best videos. That's it.
Okay.
If you don't like those, that's all I got. That's a theoretical. Wait. She's saying that's a theoretical value that my actual work doesn't have, but it's an attempt.
In this particular subject matter on those 2 videos, to be clear.
And you haven't seen any of my other videos.
I've seen videos with other people.
Have you ever?
But
have you seen any of my videos? Any of my solo content?
Right.
I know.
I saw your rap video that went viral.
Yeah, but I'm saying that my essays or other video content I've made, long form, short form, you haven't seen any of it.
I think I probably have seen 3 of them total, so that would be accurate. Yeah.
So I just want to clarify before Whick says that you said my work has this value. You're saying it attempts to have this value, but does not actually.
Limited to the cohort of videos I've seen, yes.
Yeah, the videos you've seen.
Yeah.
Okay.
I was just informed that my mic has been muted. I hope not for very long. I'm sorry, stream. This is Pro Streamer Movement. Tuna Chip, are you good? Was your question answered?
I still feel like there's a little bit of ambiguity going on between me and you, Brianna. I'm going to try and make this as clear as possible.
Sure.
I think the problem is not that there's not a positive sexual environment. I think that it is a toxically positive, I guess would be the term that people use nowadays. I'm saying that the sex environment that exists right now, women are not doing enough introspection. They are feel-gooding their way towards a position, and that the ambiguity they're feeling is because they don't actually know what they want in the negative or positive sense. So they're not going to be able to actually have
They are being socially pressured to think they want things that they do not actually want. Is that your contention?
Exactly.
Okay.
And enthusiastic consent does nothing to fix that problem.
I think you seem like a nice person. I hope this doesn't feel personal. I think that's a fairly sexist view. And I think if you spend time in women-only groups, we talk about sex a lot. And there are complicated discussions here. But I hear your point and respect where it's coming from.
Sure.
Okay, well, thank you for coming, Tuna. That might be an interesting topic for another day to delve into, because I am curious. But I will see you another day. Weaponized Discourse. We have time for maybe 2 more. Is that okay with you both? 2 more?
Let's do it.
I got all the time in the world, Whick.
All the time in the world. Well, fair enough. Weaponized Discourse. Can we get the next contestant on WhickTV? Hello.
Can you guys hear me?
I can hear you just fine. An audience, if I'm still inaudible, please let me know.
I just wanted to. It's gonna go to both of you, but I kind of want to conceptualize what you guys were talking about at the start of this. So you can go one or the other. I don't care who goes first. But the question would be, if somebody came up to you and they're already lacking certain social skills, you can see that they have trouble understanding how people are working, what people want, what people what they're saying. What kind of advice would you give them to help them navigate through those consent situations? What kind of advice would you give them to help them be able to decide if a person is willing or isn't willing to do something?
Do I know them personally? What's the context for the conversation?
It's just somebody a fan of yours who's kind of dealing with
I would say no. I'm not giving you fucking advice.
Okay. Somebody then personally just comes up to you. They already have social issues.
Okay. A mildly socially retarded person.
Yeah.
Is asking me how to navigate issues of consent.
Mm-hmm.
I would say, since you're not very good at reading social cues, and you're not particularly good at emitting social cues, I think you're probably going to need to say everything out loud. And I think that you probably should. I think if you want to have sex, you might just need to tell somebody you want to have sex and ask if they want to have sex. I think that meeting people online, especially, or communicating, texting is really good for socially retarded people. So you can go on a date and then you can text the person you met or you were interested in afterward and just ask them if they're attracted to you. You're not going to have game. You can't learn it. You're not going to be able to have it. You can't do it. That part of you doesn't work. Maybe someday, but if I actually think they're just neurologically incapable of it, then I would say like that texting is going to be your friend. Texting and DM, slide into the DM, say what you want, ask what they want, and also you might want to, if the other person is also or is not like you might want to disclose that you have trouble with these issues, and I think that'll help you a lot.
Okay. And what would your perspective on it, Brianna, be?
I really think that's an important question. Thank you for asking, because this is the story of the generation underneath Gen Z. Again, reading from the study that just came out from the CDC, 3 in 5 teenage girls are feeling so persistently sad and hopeless that they stop regular activities, right? We're all looking at screens. We're having a more and more difficult time interacting with each other. You know, I know it's a big boil the ocean solution, but we've got to, at some point, start getting mental health care to an entire generation. We are severely underserving these kids who don't know what any of these things need to look like. So I really think there's a short-term problem and there's a long-term problem. The short-term problem is, you know, you need to get into therapy and you need to explore these feelings. I think the long-term problem is, how do we fix this for an entire generation? I think we need a like generation of therapists to step up, and I think we need to make mental health care universal.
Brianna, that ain't the question. The question is, what would you say to a socially retarded person?
Can you stop?
What would you say?
Okay.
A social retard.
I'm asking you, please, to moderate this.
I'm doing it. Trust, okay? Finish your statement, and then if Mr. Girl has a problem with what you're saying, Mr. Girl can address you directly.
You
Cool?
ended off on a generation of therapists.
I think that I'm not like jumping on Mr. Girl. I'm letting him say his piece. I'm not yelling at him.
I understand that. I understand
Sure.
that.
It just feels like a double standard.
I'm
Sure.
doing my best to moderate this here. Please
Sure.
finish answering the question, and then we'll let Mr. Girl in. Thank you.
I think that we need a generation of people to stand up and become therapists, because there's a real shortage of therapists. It's actually, I was looking into this the other day, even in Massachusetts, you know, even having excellent insurance, it's very difficult to get on someone's list. So I think that this is a real problem for an entire generation. It's something we should take seriously.
I don't disagree with you. I do think Max had a point. Like, here's the thing. I don't disagree with you that I think this is like what you said
That's
is a
not
good
the
solution
goddamn
for the
fucking
overall
question.
problem, right? But what I'm asking is like, if like a friend of yours or just like a fan of yours or somebody watching, if they came up to you, like, what are some like small steps you would probably give them to like help them develop that ability?
I'm not trying to hedge here. I genuinely, maybe this is because I've had so much therapy in my lifetime. I wouldn't want to give them advice because I am not a medical professional.
You have to be a medical professional to give some retarded teenager advice on how to get laid.
Please,
Jesus
Max,
Christ!
Please,
what?
Max.
She's not answering. I'm doing you a favor, Whick. You should be taking notes here, buddy.
Oh, I'm taking notes.
I'm taking notes too. I'm gonna moderate this conversation it's called Topping from the Bottom. You ever heard that one?
Brianna.
I also heard I'm going to mute the fuck out of you. Okay.
Yeah.
Brianna, please.
I think that's fair, and maybe it's one of my limitations as a person. I just I think that the long-term solution on that, it really is something to explore with a therapist. The short thing I would say is, if you're looking to have sex, I think that something like, I've had more girlfriends than boyfriends, and just treating women like they're people you're interested in and really trying to get to know them rather than just being an object. I think that's generally a pretty good playbook.
Okay. Any other questions?
I mean, I could go more into it, but I don't want
we got a line.
Yeah, it's all good.
Okay. And just to be clear, let me get back to what I'm doing here. We're going to take it, and even there is value, okay, Max? There is value. You're unmuted, by the way. But there is value. If she doesn't answer the question, that has value in being said, right? That has value.
No, it doesn't. Just say, I don't know. No, it doesn't. There's no value to it. Just don't answer. Just say, like, I'm not going to. Don't, because the problem is she's pretending to answer, and it takes forever. Just say, I'm not going to answer your question.
I am answering in good faith from my perspective.
Oh, hell no.
Next. Weaponized. Okay.
You're muted. If that's not intentional.
Am I muted on my end? Can you not hear me?
You can hear you now.
Okay.
I got in. Hello.
Hello. What do you got?
Brianna. Hello.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
Good to meet
Max,
you.
again, it's been a while since I've talked to you, but hello.
Wait, who are you?
I am Mr. Braindead. Hello. It's
Oh,
been a
hey.
while since well, I talked to you one time, but
Yeah,
it was a long time ago.
I recognize the name. I don't remember what we talked about.
Actually, Weppy put me in here because I was making a joke earlier. It's like, why banned by Brianna on Twitter? Should I ask to go on and ask to be unbanned by Brianna?
I will
live
unban you. What is your Twitter name?
Let's see. I believe. Let me double check. It's a variation of my regular username. It is Mr. Branded 12.
Well, look at that. We're building bridges. Oh yes.
Oh goodness.
Also, Brianna's fine. Brianna's pretty cool. I've never had a beef with you, by the way, but
No.
way
Is
back.
that all you wanted?
No. Brianna slandered my daughter. I'm unfollowing you on Twitter, Brianna.
I will get
pushing it
by
right now.
somehow.
Unfollowed.
Freedom of
No.
association is an important
Brianna
freedom.
is not cool.
Oh.
Maybe one day she
By the
will
way-
re-earn my follow, but it's not looking good.
The only time I ever had a conversation with Max, like previously before this, was in private, in a private Discord, and it was basically to go, hey, I actually thought that Richard Donner's Superman 2 is better than Superman, just to trigger you.
Yeah, that's not something I like to hear.
Do you have a
I
question?
actually do remember that. Yeah.
The original Superman is actually far, far better. I
Good.
still like Richard Donner's Superman 2, but it's
Me too.
not as good as Superman.
I agree.
Anything else, Mr. Braindead?
Nothing. That was
Okay.
it.
Oh, fine. Well, no, that was wholesome. That was the most wholesome call we've had yet. Got unblocked.
No, he's just getting off his
reminisce.
he's getting his parasocial jollies off. It's not wholesome. It's sick.
Gus. I enjoy. I think parasociality isn't necessarily bad, but that's a discussion for another day. Okay, I'll DM. We will take one more. Whoopity. Choose wisely. Hello.
Hello.
Oh fuck. Oh,
How's it going,
Jesus.
Max?
Fuck. Hello, Zonia.
How you been?
Things have been complicated. How have you been?
Been doing all right.
Well, it's good to hear your voice.
Yeah, good hearing yours as well. Hello, Brianna. You and I have never interacted before, but I see something here that I've noticed is sort of where the two of you seem to miss. Brianna, you seem to be particularly focused in like systemic issues, right? And trying to address things on the systemic level. And Max comes from a perspective saying, hey, this broader picture approach of addressing it on a systemic level in the way that we come up with systems to answer the problem actually leaves a lot of people in this gray area where a lot of problems can arise. And I want to address these gray areas that the system doesn't address.
Yeah.
And you yourself even said early on in the conversation that you're often wary of systems because of you prefer to sort of lean on systems, but you're also wary of them at the same time. And I think Max is just like ultra wary of, we've created this narrative to say that to strive for almost sort of a utopian approach to handling consent, but it overlooks so much of the murkiness that's there. Not that the consent should be murky, but that the murkiness exists, and it almost pretends as though it doesn't. It almost pretends as though nobody should ever be anxious about their wanting to have sex, or in confusion about it, or wondering where their feelings truly lie in that. And we kind of tell the answer that we have, the current systemic answer that we have to the whole thing is, well, there's these rules to follow. Well, okay, the rules don't account for the fact that humans are very complex creatures who have all this murkiness about their own understanding of things and their own perception and their own desires. And so Max is trying to address that.
Yeah, I think the act of consent, the external expression of consent, needs to not be murky. That's clear communication. But when the internal experience of consent is not murky, that's repression.
So, like, do you see? So the question is for you, Brianna. Like, do you see like that his contribution to this all these gray areas is it's more precision, in that he does fill a role that is often overlooked by the more popular brand of understanding consent?
I understand why someone would feel that way.
So the answer then is no.
Do I personally think there's in the ones I've seen, I think it's frankly a formula for someone thinking you're a rapist.
I want to wait.
There's something. Well, let me bring this up real quick.
Wait. Can I just really micro point? We have different approaches, but Brianna's approach is that my approach shouldn't happen.
That's not true. I've said it repeatedly.
I know. I don't believe you. I think that what I've heard you say and others in this call is not that we need both approaches. It's that I'm wrong. As evidenced by the last thing you just said. Okay, so I just want to say that I'm not here saying
helpful. That's not saying you shouldn't exist.
Yeah, whatever. I'm not saying that. I just Zonia, I just wanted to make sure, because you said, like, Max, you have this approach and Brianna has this approach. I just want to be clear that her approach is also that my approach. I shouldn't be doing my approach, but
that's not true. That's not what I said.
I just want to finish. My approach isn't saying that Brianna shouldn't be doing her approach. I think it's really good and valuable that we have the kind of mainstream consent education that we do. I think that's great. I think we also just need some videos. Yeah.
Okay. And I would also argue, like, I assume you watched his Consent is Complicated video?
Oh, yeah. Multiple times.
Okay. There's a really important key part in there that he talks about that I think is probably the most important thing that he says throughout the whole video. And there are other parts in there that I find to be a little iffy, but there's this one part where he talks about how even if you follow all the rules of consent and check all the boxes, you could still run afoul of violating somebody's consent. Yeah. And so just following the rules with blinders on isn't a guarantee that you're going to do the right thing with the person who you're coupling with. Right. And so it's important to understand the situation, the person, the conditions of what's going on at the time, and how murky that whole situation can be. And so that he is providing a valuable piece of information there that I think is vital and oftentimes gets overlooked in the mainstream discourse around consent, because the mainstream discourse around consent talks a lot about following these rules and checking all the boxes, but doesn't talk about where that you can actually run afoul of consent issues even when you do everything right.
There's no formula that's going to there's no formula possible to completely, like, make sure consent is always going to be perfect. That doesn't exist. It certainly doesn't exist with the more murky proposal Mr. Girl is making, right? I entirely agree with you. It's not 100% helpful.
I don't think I'm making a proposal.
Sure. Yeah, you're putting forward a view of consent that, in my view, really puts a lot of, frankly, blame on women for not being clear communicators or not understanding what they want.
I don't think that's true at all. Well, first of all, a view is not a prescription. I'm saying what I think is happening. I'm not saying what I think people should do.
Sure.
Okay.
And I think it's part of what he also talks about that I think is a very important thing that also doesn't get talked about is sort of the psychology that we kind of overlook. And again, kind of going back to what I said, the mainstream discourse strives for sort of a utopian understanding of consent and coupling with people, right? Which is this whole idea that like enthusiastic consent. But the problem is that creates this sort of unrealistic expectation that you're somehow going to be able to consistently achieve enthusiastic consent yourself, right? People are oftentimes, they'll be enthusiastic about wanting to have sex and then they'll become insecure about it. Maybe just before the act, maybe during the act, maybe just after.
I've never had sex ever in my life with any partner where I wasn't really sure they were into it. Ever. No question of that whatsoever. Maybe I'm just vanilla, but I don't, where are y'all that this is constantly a question? I've never been curious about this. It's always been so clear.
Can I ask, if I may interject, because now I'm curious, right? Like, the first time you were with a partner, right? Like, the first time you're engaging in sex and things like that, I'm not sure, right? That's why I ask questions. That's why I try to kind of feel the situation out. But you're saying that even in the times where you've first been with a partner, that you knew just 100% they were into it?
No, you ask. I remember the very first girl I kissed, right? And I was like, is it okay if I kiss you now, right? And she just batted her eyelashes at me. It was great, you know?
Did she say yes, or did she just bat her eyes?
She did. And then I waited, and then she batted her eyelashes again, and she said, yeah, go ahead. It was just magical, you know?
That's not magical.
It was.
No.
You weren't
That's
there,
not
dude.
magical.
So,
the way the retelling of it isn't magical. Magic is when you don't know.
No. I don't think that's true at all.
No, well, there's no excitement.
Oh my
look,
God.
I come from sort of the extreme where I'm always insecure and I don't like sex, and for me it's something I've avoided completely with the couple of occasions that I had sex, and I just don't like it and I'm not secure with it. But I know lots of people. I would say it's probably more common, especially these days,
sex is fucking disgusting.
That most people have insecurities around it and uncertainty for themselves, right? And they will enter into it. They'll be enthusiastic at first, but then they'll get anxious in the middle of it, or anxious before or after. There are all sorts of complications there. So an individual themselves, even getting to the point of wanting to enthusiastically consent, will still run into various hurdles. Social and emotional hurdles, right? And that's something that gets just overlooked and glossed over in the discourse, the mainstream discourse around achieving enthusiastic consent. And that's where Max fills the gap.
The answer is not to go rape somebody or push past those boundaries.
Nobody's saying that, but that's where Max helps fill that gap.
What's being missed here?
Are you implying that I think people should go rape people?
I'm talking about the question at hand. I'm not talking about you. I mean, if you're saying
the question is about
basic normie
you're making, for people who haven't seen my content, you're making it sound like I'm telling people to go rape people.
Whick, can you please let me finish this question?
She just said I'm pro-rape.
Finish.
I did not say I don't think.
Okay, stop, all of you, both of you, stop. Can you be more clear and specific, Brianna?
Why are you so mad when you have to moderate, Whick?
I'm not.
You're like a reluctant cop.
I'm frustrated.
I don't want to have to give you a fucking parking ticket, but I will. God damn it!
If you will let me finish, I am frustrated. I am not angry.
Whick, I will say this: Whick, you have been dealt a difficult hand this evening. I've watched it. You're doing a great job.
He's the dealer, though. He dealt it himself.
True. I have prepared the ground, and things are going not as expected, but I think they're going in a good direction. So, Brianna, be clear, be concise. And then
can you remind me the question at hand, because it's
is
hard to
Mr. Girl's
concentrate.
Content pro-rape?
That wasn't the question I was answering.
That's basically the question.
Stop. I will ask you to answer the question as you heard it, and then I am curious for you to answer that question as well. So if you could answer both questions.
So, I honestly don't remember the question that was asked to me before that.
My question was, well, it wasn't even so much a question as a statement because it's off the back of my original question about him filling the gaps that the mainstream discourse leaves,
so to speak.
Yeah.
The holes.
And so that's where I was kind of pressing on you. I think I've framed up pretty good examples of why it is that I think that Max contributes in a way that fills in a lot of the gaps left by the mainstream discourse.
Do you agree that Mr. Girl fills a lot of holes?
Wow.
Is the question.
It's getting degenerate here.
I think an attempt is being made.
Okay. And to be clear, you are thinking that the attempt is unsuccessful, correct?
From the videos I've seen, I would say it's about 30% insight and
mostly
a lot of horror movie clips, which I appreciate because I love horror, and then some stuff that's deeply unhelpful. So it's kind of a ratio.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Zonia?
She might want to answer the rape thing, though, because Max did not get that answer.
That's true. Thank you for reminding me. Do you think Max is pro-rape?
No.
But do you think my content do you think my content creates rapists?
I think your content, if someone were to follow the worldview you are ascribing, they are wildly more statistically likely to find themselves down at the county jail. Yes.
So yes,
just
is
saying
the
yes.
answer. Okay.
Yes. Okay. So that's why I was saying when you said my content is pro-rape, I just wanted to get it clear that is kind of what you're saying.
I think it's a distinction.
It's not pro-rape. It just makes people rape.
I think it's unhelpful advice because it's going to lead to situations that could have a prosecutor involved.
Okay.
Or would those situations would the shortest way to describe a situation that you're referring to be the word rape? Would that be inaccurate?
I think you're a fairly sophisticated person. You can follow what I said.
Okay. Zonia, is there anything else before I let you go?
No. Good talking to you again, Max.
Thank you for
and nice to meet
Good
you,
talking
Brianna.
to you,
Thank you
Zonia.
for
Good to meet you too.
Yeah, thank you for taking my questions seriously. Have a good night.
You too.
Okay, so at this juncture, I want to give you both space to have final closing thoughts. And then what we're going to do, gang, okay, we're going to let these people go if they wish. They could stay if they'd like, but then we're going to turn this into a real shit show because there's apparently a huge discussion going on. I'll bring in people.
Let them all in.
They'll let them all in. You can stay for that if you'd like, but I'm warning
I'll
you.
stay.
I'm warning you, okay?
I'll stay.
I am not going to be able to control this entirely, so.
I understand.
Understood. And Brianna, that's up to you. I'll let you make
Let
your
the bodies
decision.
hit the floor.
Can you tell me more about what's
sex
going
work
on?
and rape and how they coincide? As I understand it, I am getting this secondhand. So again, I may have misinterpreted it, but as I understand it, that is.
Oh wait, is Leah in there?
Currently no.
Okay.
Whether she comes in or not, I don't know. But okay, sure. That aside, I'd like to thank you both for coming and putting up with me and putting up with each other as best you could. Gang, where can you find me if you want more of this content? Well, you can find me right here, youtube.com/@WHICK-TV, or you can find me on Twitch, twitch.tv/WhickTV, a cross-ideological space where we try to have interesting discussions. Sometimes it doesn't always go as planned, gang. Sometimes it doesn't go as planned at all, but that can be informative as well. So thank you both for coming here. What are your final closing thoughts? And since we started Brianna at first, we'll start with Mr. Girl second. Mr. Girl, go ahead.
I think that the formulation of comparing what you are saying to what you could be saying and what the best, most pragmatic thing to say is anti-human. I don't think we just need one central monolithic message on consent. I think different people need different things, not individually in therapy, but artistically and politically and socially. I'm trying to fulfill a role that I think not enough other creators are playing. And I think it's really important. I think I'm doing good, important work.
And if to find your good and important work, where can they find you?
You shouldn't.
Fair enough.
You're not strong enough. You're not smart enough to even begin to comprehend the genius of my work, and you should hide from it. You don't have the balls. You don't have the fucking balls.
Well, if you think he's wrong, you can probably find him if you search him out. Next up, we got Brianna. Please.
Max, you may have unfollowed me on Twitter. I think that's a shame. I don't dislike you. None of this is personal tonight. I know you probably don't believe that. I truly was not trying to.
I believe that. I absolutely believe
Wick,
it's not
can you
personal.
please mute him?
It's just business.
Can you please mute him, Wick? Thank you.
We're going to not interrupt the closing statements.
Yeah, it's the same respect I showed you. It's just pretty basic stuff. You know, I wasn't trying to ambush you. It truly was like, I'm looking at the videos that come up in my YouTube algorithm. It's Lav. I thought it was a good example. I'm truly sorry if it upset you. Well, it did clearly upset you. I just want to repeat this. I don't have an issue with more nuanced discussions about consent between individuals. That obviously happens. I think for like individual people, of course, like people with certain kinks, right? Consent is going to look more complicated. My mission is to think about this in a wider sense. And I just think the formula that you're giving people and you're suggesting, I think it brings a lot more ambiguity than I think it brings clarity. And I don't think it's going to result in anything that is helpful. But, you know, I respect you showing up. It's a tough hand to argue against enthusiastic consent as a standard. And I appreciate you did that today.
Okay, do you have anywhere they can find you, Brianna Wu,
Oh,
if they have
sure.
the balls?
Yeah, you don't need a lot of toughness to follow me, but I'm on Twitter as long as it's still functioning. That's Brianna Wu. And you can find me over at Mastodon. Just look for Brianna Wu. It's a really, really good service. I've been very impressed with it. And thank you for anyone that's listened to all of this. It's been tough to sit through. I admire your fortitude.
Okay. With that, I will start dragging people in.
Oh boy.
I will be clear to the audience, right? If you're here, like the rules still apply when it comes to slurs and other such things. If you start calling people slurs or doing anything that, we will kick you. Yeah.
If anybody calls me the K word, you're getting muted.
Okay.
Right, Wick?
Weaponized discourse, send them in. Well, they'll be kicked if they call you a slur. It won't be just muting. I will kick them from the call. No telling people to kill themselves either. None of that shit. Okay.
I'm very against suicide.
As am I. Send them all in.
I'm back.
Hello.
I'm back. I have a gun.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
I knew you
boy.
were going to be back.
Is everyone coming in?
They should be.
Okay.
Weaponized discourse, send them in. I said a shit show. We're going to make it a shit show. Right? If we're going to do this, we're going to do it right.
But I really did want to talk about what I said earlier, because if you're pro-sex work and also you believe that the only instance in which a woman should say yes to sex or a man should let her have the sex or whatever is if there's enthusiastic consent, I'm wondering how you grapple that with sex work. Okay, what'd you say?
I said that if we're thinking about a general message to send people as an aggregate, the gold standard that we should be going for is enthusiastic consent. I don't know how many times I have to say it tonight. I understand there are individual circumstances that are more nuanced, but I think overall that is
Wait, so prostitutes don't matter as much?
That's
You heard it here first.
Hold on.
How many times have you ever enthusiastically consented during? Like I've only probably
I've never
one out of every 10.
enthusiastic
One out of
consented.
every 10 times have I actually been that enthusiastic. Like there's always been something.
I'm
That's
never
made me uncomfortable.
enthusiastic about having sex with men. Are you kidding me? I don't want them to be happy.
Right.
What the fuck?
Oh boy.
Yeah. I'm that way too. If anybody who's had sex with me, you gotta rape me a little bit.
What the fuck?
A little bit.
What did I
know
walk into?
This is weird to talk about with you, Leah, but you know, we're family, whatever. We can talk about this.
Is it? We're Jewish. We talk about this is dinner. We're doing this over spaghetti. We're doing this over matzo ball soup.
That's right.
I've been taking care of my mom. She's got hip replacement. I'm seeing her naked all the time. So.
Whoa.
Oh, nice.
Does she have your enthusiastic consent?
Please don't have sex with
What's
your
your
family
argument?
members.
I have a question for you.
I'm
I have a
not
question.
saying that
For the people- Wait. The people who are mocking enthusiastic consent, I have a question for you. Why? What is it about enthusiastic consent that you dislike?
We're not mocking enthusiastic
no one's
consent.
mocking it.
It's great.
We're mocking the idea that you can't talk about anything except enthusiastic consent. It would
This
be like
is a
if it would be like
fantasy in your mind.
Yeah,
How many
nobody-
fucking times tonight do I have to say
Nobody's
that?
saying that you
It
can't
would be like-
talk about
One
enthusiastic
more,
consent.
Brianna.
I think the topic
There
or
you
the
go.
conversation is much broader than that.
So, Mr. Girl, do you think I was saying that we couldn't talk about anything but enthusiastic consent when I responded to your hypothetical with the consistency that I had for my hypothetical?
I'm saying that you are speaking with the fanatical rage that people are making fun of. They're not making fun of enthusiastic consent. They're
What
making fun of.
What does that have
fanatical
to do
rage?
with the question?
You sound like your teeth are.
What does
about
that have to do with the
break
question?
Into 1,000
No.
pieces.
I just talk really I just talk really fast. I was in the military for 9 years, so I talk really forcefully and very quickly. I apologize. But my point is, what about mine is like a rage thing? Where am I saying that you have to have enthusiastic consent and that's the only thing you're allowed to talk about? When did I say that?
Well, you didn't say that. I'm saying
Okay.
that it's. I'm
You were saying
that
in the backstage.
The
that
thing
you
that you are
choose-
being, the thing that people are making fun of is the attitude that you are exuding and that Brianna is exuding that has made this entire conversation completely impossible and pointless, where the only thing you can talk about is that enthusiastic consent is the most important thing to talk about. And you will not engage with...
I very specifically said that my point was that autonomy and the person's safety was the most important part of this conversation. I didn't say anything else, actually.
Yep.
Okay, the rigidity with which you are speaking about these issues when the entire debate was about that rigidity is ironic.
How is that rigid?
And
Okay, so I will.
do you own that you sound?
Whoa.
No.
No.
Do you own that you sound a
no,
little rigid?
I'm not owning anything because I think that you are like I think you're having like a middle school.
This is like a
conversation
distraction.
for,
Why are
like,
you
versus
talking
a
about her
college one.
tone?
So yeah, I
thought the question. I thought you were asking what we're making fun of.
Mr.
Why are we
Girl,
making fun of
Mr. Girl,
Hold on,
Mr. Girl,
Mr.
if
Girl,
you
let me
frame the
help you out.
conversation, if you frame the conversation around the rigidity, then I think that's a little bit unfair in your favor because there's no way you can lose that argument.
Yes, and the more I make it, the more rigid they get. That's probably unfair, Smith. You're right. My point is that we're making fun of you, not enthusiastic consent. We are making fun of you. We are making fun of Brianna Wu and you. We are making fun of, and this guy who just came in, I think we're going to make fun of him too. Whoa, Westy?
Right.
What's now? You can try to make fun of me. I don't know what you're gonna say, but let's go.
So when I'm talking about this rigidity, I guess I can concede to a rigidity because I think that if you are in the middle of a sex act and you are uncomfortable, that your autonomy and your safety is more important than the other person getting their rocks off in the end. So yeah, I can be pretty rigid about that.
It's your
what my
conversational
concern is your
rigidity,
safety.
not your beliefs.
Hold on,
but
hold on. You're changing the goalpost again. So I'm going to ask you to just stay still on the field because I'm not trying to make
We're
this
making
goal.
fun of the way you're
Listen,
talking. I've been very
listen to
consistent
me.
about this.
I'm not
We
trying
are
to make a
making
goal.
we are
Hold
making
on.
fun of the way you are expressing
Hold.
yourself. That is what we're making fun
I
of.
need you to calm down.
I don't make
So-
fun of women.
So hold on. I am asking you to just stay still for a second. I promise you, the ref has the ball. I'm not about to kick the ball on the goalpost. You don't have to move it, okay? So
I
when
didn't
I'm
move the
talking about
goalpost. We're making fun of.
Continue. Just stop,
how
Max.
you
Stop.
talk.
Let her continue with the conversation. This is gonna go
so
somewhere
Max-
interesting instead of metaphors.
Right. Here's my point. When you
Okay.
gave me your example, well, I've never heard an example like that. I can see an example where a college girl, she went to she did finals. She fell out of the habit of having sex with her boyfriend. She never really liked having sex with her boyfriend. She doesn't like it. She didn't
Blair.
want to do it. And now she's feeling guilty. Your hypothetical that you presented to me, I do think that
No, it
that
wasn't.
needs to
That's
be
not what I
up-
said. I didn't. You made up the finals thing, but I didn't say that.
Right, for whatever reason. I'm trying to
No,
make
I
this
did-
as human as possible because there could be people here. There could be people both in the chat, in the viewership, and right here in this panel right now that actually are together on this, that know what this looks like and knows what this feels like. And that girl
But that's
feeling
not what I was
guilty if
talking
she doesn't, that college girl feeling guilty if she doesn't have sex, So she gave into it, but she wasn't enthusiastic about it. That does need to be helped. That does need assistance. That needs assistance with either a sex therapist. If it's not going to be therapy, then a trusted friend, somebody who's been there and knows why she's a little uncomfortable with sex right now. You know, anything like that. I do think that there's
Hot
a
take.
conversation to be had
Is it
there. I just don't
okay
think it's a
to
consent
feel
take.
guilty? Is it okay to feel guilty with for
Yeah,
not
of
having
course.
sex with your partner?
It's
Yeah, I
absolutely,
feel like
it's absolutely okay to feel guilty. I felt guilty the time that I landed wrong on a poor
yeah.
guy.
So why?
So
But you just implied that there's some girl watching this who feels guilty. Maybe she
no,
should feel guilty.
No, but
what if there's a woman who felt guilty and had sex and she goes, okay, it wasn't a violent rape, but I feel violated. That girl kind of needs some help. There's something going on there. Would you agree with that statement?
Like to what degree?
she
Like
probably
doesn't matter.
needs
It
help
doesn't matter.
setting boundaries.
Or maybe she needs help.
or she can or what if she realizes that there's no like purity score in her body and that having uncomfortable sex once is like not the end of the world.
I don't think it's just about purity.
No, but
I don't think
that's
it's
not
just
the
about purity. I think
question.
that's a cope. I think when
That's-
people say that it's just about purity, no, stop. I've had that thrown in my face before, okay? I'm an MST survivor. I had that thrown in my fucking face that we just didn't like, sex because society was like making us feel bad for wanting sex, and that wasn't true. I just didn't want to have sex with all of them, and I certainly didn't want it to be a violent gang rape, okay?
I think what Lav
I
is
don't
trying to
think
say.
I was trying to say.
I think what Lav is trying to say is that there is a purity in the way that you're analyzing the situation with this hypothetical college girl. Sometimes you can and maybe should decide to have sex that you feel ambivalent about, and sometimes you can and should decide not to. But the idea that somebody has sex that they feel ambivalent about, they need to see a rape counselor, it's not necessarily true.
Okay, what's a rape counselor? I'm sorry, what's a rape counselor?
It's a counselor.
Who you go to after you've been raped?
Well, no, because if you'll recall, I didn't say that she needed to see a rape counselor. I said if there is a girl who is in love with her boyfriend who's
A sex
feeling
therapist.
guilty, who is feeling guilty about not having sex with him, so she has sex with him, and there's a couples counselor available, a trusted friend, etc., that they could help her with that. Do you remember me saying that just now? I'm going to have to keep reminding you, Mr. Girl, because you're so busy trying to say what Lav was trying to say, which I've noticed fills your
I don't
videos
need you to
because
do that
nobody
for
knows
me.
what the fuck she's trying to
Yeah.
say.
Oh, you don't need me to do
can't
that for
stay
you.
fucking focused.
You don't need me to do that for you. That's rich. That's rich, Lav.
Can I make a suggestion?
That's
Just
funny.
one suggestion for all on the panel, because this might help communication. If you have a camera, please turn it on.
Wick, I have a gun.
I don't have a camera.
That also helps your show, but it's true. It would help.
It helps both, to be clear. But
yes.
Okay, hold on. Let me.
I'll try to get a camera
I don't.
on.
I
It's
think
just-
you should. I
I was
request that you
shoveling
not.
snow
don't
in
turn
my
your camera
neighborhood
on, Lav.
all afternoon, and I was
Why?
drenched, and now I'm like in bundles.
Because it's
so
bad for
I
you.
apologize.
Oh, because a bunch of men are gonna tell me that I'm ugly without makeup on.
Just don't do it.
Why?
Don't give
Because
in.
it's fucking
You don't
bad
tell
for
me
you.
You
what
should
to
do it
do.
to upset
I
him.
do tell you what to do.
Oh, Jesus. Okay, so it's not all about you two. Calm down. Can you answer those questions or no?
No,
Which one?
No, you can't. Okay.
I
So
can't do it.
So what is the purity aspect that you were trying to talk about then? Or is that something Lab wants to talk about?
Last
think
time
what
I had
Lav-
sex,
I think-
last time I had sex, there were things that made me uncomfortable about it, and I was made the calculation in my mind that I would rather continue having sex than stopping. And then in that it's in like that's most sex. There's always going to be something that's a little bit uncomfortable, and maybe it goes up to 40% uncomfortable and 60% like affirmative. But like once it goes past 50, then you need to know.
I think we're clearly talking about the times where it has gone past 50 and the
No, that's
more...
not what we're.
And in
That's
my
not.
defense, can I fix
is
the
kind of.
Can I ask you to clarify your hypothetical, Mr. Girl? Because what I was under the impression of is when you said this almost an hour ago now, when you said this, you were saying she had sex because, I don't know, she was feeling guilty, like she needed to have sex with him, but then later she felt. Or are you talking about she had sex with him and then felt guilty about having sex? Because those are two very different things.
I'm saying that I was giving an example of a murky situation where someone is confused and they don't know how they felt, and I don't know how they felt. They know that they felt ambivalent. They're young. They had sex. They had mixed feelings about it. And you fuckers keep dragging the example into something non-ambivalent and non-ambiguous. You keep trying to make it non-ambiguous. You're saying, wait, so is this not a big deal or is it a huge deal? And then, yeah, if she was raped, then we know what to do. If she didn't set boundaries and had sex she shouldn't have had, then tautologically, yeah, she should have set boundaries. I'm trying to give you an example where there isn't an answer.
But you
That's
just
why I'm,
said
trying
there was
to
an
use
answer.
myself. That's why I'm trying to use myself, because then we can't change it.
I have an example too. What if say two people are having sex, they have a condom, and then
Gross.
Oh, gross. What if they're having sex, they have a condom, and then they stop and like for whatever reason, like the condom rips or whatever, they don't have another one. He asked her like, "Hey, I don't have another condom. Like, is it okay to continue?" She thinks about it and says yes, and then in the moment says yes, but is still feeling like, no, I don't really want to have sex without a condom. This feels bad. I would rather not.
Okay.
If she verbalizes that,
do you see how in your
that
example
rises, hold on, I haven't talked for a while. If she verbalizes that is going to rise to the level of withdrawing consent, and that is a very serious problem. Yeah.
Okay, in your
but she
example,
didn't verbalize it in this example.
She didn't verbalize it in the example.
Yeah,
but
Okay,
in
she
your
didn't
example, she doesn't
verbalize
say.
it,
In your
then you're
example,
trying
in your
to
example,
interpret mens rea, and that is much more
In-
difficult for a prosecutor
your-
to pursue.
okay, we're not. In your example, you said, but she really felt uncomfortable and didn't want to. When you use the
That's your
word really,
example.
Yeah, that is my example. No, that's what I said.
yeah, you just said that. So in your
Internally,
exa-
she's felt like she didn't want to. Externally, she said
Yo,
yes.
let me just finish.
I'm clarifying.
I
Let
don't
me
want you to clarify. I don't want you to
You
clarify. I
clearly
want to
do.
No, I don't. I want you to shut up, and I want to respond
No.
to what you just said already out loud.
Whoa.
You said-
Somebody needed clarification, so I had to clarify. Continue.
Whoa.
Okay, you said she really was uncomfortable. So the feedback I just gave you, the criticism I just gave all of you, is that you seem unwilling or unable to contend with in a truly ambiguous story about sex where
This-
someone is actually ambivalent and actually there is ambiguity about what they want. Somebody has sex and they spend 10 years journaling about it and they still don't know if they made the right decision. That's ambiguity. That's ambivalence. You are giving an
think that's a
example.
very
You are giving it.
That's
Whoa.
kind of a
You're
different
giving it in your
conversation. That has
example.
nothing
In
to
your
do with
in your
consent.
example. I know. In your example, just stop talking. In your example, you baked into the example the correct answer. If she is
She
really,
didn't want to.
if she doesn't want to, that she shouldn't have sex. That's really clear. That's really obvious. My
But
content.
so then the question is that a violation of
wait,
consent? No,
my
the question
content-
is that a violation of consent? That's what I
That's
want to know.
not. But that's not. Is it a violation of consent to hide from somebody that you don't want to have sex and have sex anyway without telling them? No, obviously no consent has been violated. But in the real world, often people are actually ambivalent. So the reason I keep bringing up ambivalence and the reason I made the videos in the first place is that your enthusiastic consent paradigm does not handle ambivalence well. And this is an example of it not doing that. Even when you try to come up with an example of ambivalence, you still bake into the premise that she knows she doesn't want to have sex. The issue is only a communication issue. When everything I'm bringing to the table is about how internally we often actually don't know. There actually isn't an answer. There is not a fortune cookie in your balls that you can open and see whether you truly want to have sex.
Mr. Girl,
Yeah,
I
yes.
think it's
I don't know if
because
I agree
where
with that.
ambivalence, I think it's because where ambivalence in sex resides for the vast majority of when people are thinking of this is very likely in couples who've been married for over a decade. You know, like where sex
don't
is
agree
not
with
so
that.
much the. No. I think that's where our heads are going. I don't think that that's particularly true. I think that's where our heads are going, where there's not this worry about consent, where there's not this, well, we're on campus and, you know, she left crying. Am I going to get in trouble, you know, with the police or, you know, something to that effect? What we're trying to do here, and it's not just about trying to turn everything into an enthusiastic consent argument. What we're trying to do is we're trying to get women to a stage where they can say, you know what, I just really don't have room for sex right now. If they're one of those women, or I am comfortable comfortable with having sex and consenting to this and taking full responsibility for their own
I
safety.
understand
But
that, but
Can
that
I
has
add
nothing.
on to
But that has
that?
nothing to do
I
with
haven't
my
talked
content.
for a really long time. Can I just say something to add on to that? I really agree with you, Agamemnon. I think that's really, really important. What I think has not really been voiced in this discussion is often it's physically dangerous for women to say, I stop consenting or I don't consent. There are situations where it's really hard to tell a guy no. And I think a lot of men don't really have a lot of empathy for that situation. So I think that that's why it's all the more important to check in with your partner and be really attuned to those signals.
Yes,
Okay,
of course.
But that just has nothing to do with what the original. Like, if we're just totally changing the topic of the panel, then just like stop talking to me or about anything I've said, because it's nothing to do with what
You
we're
don't have
talking
to
about.
take everything so personally, Max. Some of those
This
here
still
are
does have to do with
adults.
consent because it's
this is
instead
the
of it
shit
talking
show
about
portion
it.
as well, by
Wait,
the way.
can I say
Yeah.
something? I want to say that this has to do with, instead of it being enthusiastic consent, it's almost like it's involving consent. So where you're checking to make sure that like everything is good as you're going along, rather than just saying like, oh, you
Yes.
said yes at the beginning and you said
Okay. With true ambiguity, you can't check to make sure everything is good. With true ambivalence, if you actually have mixed feelings and 30% of you doesn't want to have sex, there's no amount of checking that just fixes that. So my content about consent is about contending with what?
Also, worst sex ever. Is this okay? Is this okay? Are you still into it?
Yeah, like
well, yeah,
fucking,
you don't have to be like, oh, is this fine? Is this fine? You'd be like, you could be
I don't-
more smooth about it. I don't know.
Yeah,
you don't
it's
have
not-
to
it's not-
be.
it's not about-
That's a bit absurd.
She's not talking about smoothness. She's talking about sometimes you have to accept the ambiguity of, we just had a horrible fight. I just called you some horrible name. You feel awful about yourself, but for some reason we're fucking anyway.
Oh my god.
But wait. I want to. Is it to Brianna Wu's point? Because when you said that, I resonate with. Sometimes there's been times when people have checked in with me that I really appreciate it. So
yeah,
you have to have room for both. Like sometimes it's sexy not to check in.
But when you say you have to have room for both, when you say you have to have room for both, you are buying into the premise that we are discussing the best way to successfully navigate a sexual situation.
No. What I'm trying to say something else. I'm just trying to say, it should be clear that you're not saying what you're not saying it's always sexiest not to do that. You're saying sometimes. You're saying like that's. You're not making a rule that it's always going to be sexier to kind of just like. Not...
I think Leah was making or Lav is making a joke that if you insist on there being no ambivalence or ambiguity in your sex, you are going to do on a microcosm what I was saying we're doing on a macro level of insisting that the other person lie to you and pretend that they're not ambivalent when they are. And that makes for boring, weird sex.
Well,
if
part of
if you're gonna look at ambivalence that way, it's gonna be like everything has a little bit of ambivalence to it. I mean,
yes, exactly.
Well, okay,
That's
so
the
then it's just so
fucking video.
broad. Why even have the conversation? It's boring. There's always a little bit of ambivalence to everything.
You're boring.
Of course, there's going to be a little bit.
No,
of
I don't think it's boring to talk about how do you handle sexual ambivalence.
If you frame it that way, it is.
No, it's not boring to talk about sexual ambivalence. I disagree. I think it's totally interesting to say if every sex act has some amount of ambivalence, ranging from a very tiny bit to I really truly don't know if I want to be doing this, but I'm fucking doing it anyway, or I'm going to say no, but maybe I did want to do that. I think it is not boring to talk about the fact that mainstream consent culture doesn't know how to really talk about that. There isn't really
I guess that's where we made the distinction earlier about talking about, if you're going to talk about it in percentages, we're talking about the times where it's over 50%.
Okay, so
I don't actually think you're engaging with the issue here. You're talking about mainstream Max. You're talking about mainstream consent culture and how it discusses it. But when we're talking about mainstream consent culture, we are broadly speaking discussing how sexual relationships begin when we talk about enthusiastic consent. We're not talking about how you engage with your wife or your girlfriend in LTRs. We're talking about how
that's not true. That's not true.
Excuse me, Smith. I'm going to finish
Okay,
and then you can go ahead and start.
You're saying the same thing over and over.
Yeah, cool, fantastic. So when we are broadly speaking discussing enthusiastic consent, we're talking about how relationships start. We're not talking about how people in long-term relationships engage in it. And that is when ambivalence tends to come into the picture. I speak to this as a married man.
I totally disagree.
All hookups are like that.
Yeah, I've had a ton of hookups that were I felt very ambivalent, or the other
Well, you're
person felt
terrible
very
at
ambivalent.
communication, so that makes sense to me.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Wait, I don't. If how does me feeling ambivalent about having sex with someone have anything to do with my communication skills?
Awkward sexual interactions have a lot to do with bad communication skills.
It may, but could you answer this question directly? How does
Absolutely.
me feeling an internal sense of ambivalence about whether I want to engage in sex with a stranger, how does that have anything to do with my communication skills?
Sounds to me like you're not good at communicating your boundaries.
Yep.
Yeah, you should
Wait,
probably be more
wait, I
open to
didn't say
talking
I didn't say I had sex with them. I said if I feel mixed about whether I want to have sex with someone. I haven't had sex with them yet. I haven't made the decision yet.
I kind of
Is that
no? You
is that
said
me
you were
having
talking about an example where you were having sex with someone. I thought.
Yeah, so figure it out before you fuck them. It's that simple.
Okay,
Most
when you say figure,
people
okay, this is
have-
perfect. This is exactly what I'm getting to. When you say figure it out before you fuck them, do you mean get yourself emotionally, internally to a place where you no longer feel ambivalent?
If you are engaging in a sexual relationship, like you're initiating one, yeah, absolutely. And that's when enthusiastic consent is most important. Is when you are
Okay,
first
wait.
engaging in sex
Can we
with someone.
distinguish between an internal emotional experience and an external communication? Do you agree that those two things are different?
Yeah, I think that if you can't communicate your internal emotional experience, you're probably not going to have
Pause.
healthy sexual interactions.
Wait, just real quick. I just want to walk you through my.
Okay, just real quick, because I have a housekeeping thing to let. I just want to remind people, right? I just want to remind people this is a shit show portion of the panel, right? So, I'm sitting back and I'm letting it go. If you want that, come in. If you don't want that, stay the fuck out. That's all it is. Okay, carry on. Continue. That's all I had. People were yelling.
Are you willing to be walked through a short train of logical questions that I want to ask you?
I doubt I will find it logical, but I'll try.
Okay. Do you agree that there is a difference between internal ambiguity and ambivalence? That's my emotional experience and what I communicate to a first-time partner.
As long as you agree that I've already said yes to that, yeah.
Okay. If I feel internally ambivalent, do you agree that in order to follow the rules of enthusiastic consent and the law, I have to communicate a clear yes or no in some way, shape, or form to my first-time partner?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Do you think it is unethical if I feel somewhat ambivalent? Do you think it's wrong for me to have sex with that person?
If you communicate with them that you are indeed
Just
engaged,
just please answer the question. If I feel ambivalent, regardless of
I
communication.
don't accept your framework. That's your favorite fucking answer when you don't
is
like a question, Max. I don't accept your framework.
Is it possible to ethically have sex with someone when you have mixed feelings about it?
I don't think
in
you should
any way is it possible? Is it ever possible?
I will answer the question directly. I do not think you should engage in a sexual act for the first time with a person. You should not initiate a sexual relationship if you are not enthusiastically consenting. If you are not involved enthusiastically. Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
I'm going to back up.
It's
Enthusiastically consenting is an external act. Is what you say. I say I definitely want to have sex with you. Do you agree with that is an external thing?
Yes.
Consent is okay. Internally, if I have some mixed feelings about it, is it ethical for me to still have sex with a person?
I think that
isn't that an internal problem?
Yeah, that's a you problem. That's a you problem.
Just yes or just 100%. A quick yes or no.
That's an internal problem. So there's not ethics in it.
It's not an interesting question. This is theoretical outer space.
A quick yes or no will suffice.
You need a theologian.
Is a quick yes or no? Is a quick yes or is a quick
leg? Is that okay?
I know you would love for me to answer the question under your framing, but it's bad framing, so no.
I think that mainstream consent culture doesn't have the language to answer this question. I think we're seeing in real time that you're actually unable to even think about this.
So, Mr. Girl, what would you do to change the laws? You mentioned the laws. No. You mentioned the laws. So I have a question for you.
Is it? I just want to. Wait, you said you would be walked through the train of life. I just want to finish this. Is it unethical?
You're just the most boring fucker ever, dude, and it's just won't stop.
Is it unethical? Is it okay? You can refuse. You can also refuse to answer. That's fine. Is it okay? Wait, just stop.
I want to hear from Agamemnon. Max has talked this whole time.
I'm just going to talk for it. This shit. Welcome to this shit show. Is it ethical? Is it ethical? Is it ethical to have sex with a first-time partner if you feel some ambivalence internally?
No. Agamemnon, do you want to start
Okay. So it depends from case to case. It depends on
but when we agree. Okay. So here's my.
There's no answer to that question.
Here's my point. Since you have to give a clear yes or no to have.
I don't want to hear about your bullshit.
No, you don't.
That's fine. You don't have to.
Let's hear from Agamemnon.
She's
much more interesting. She's asking more interesting questions.
I'm just going to make my final. I just want to make my final point. You have to.
Okay, stop. I will mute all of you.
I'm just going to
I'll mute
Great.
all
Made
of
a
you.
point.
Everyone
Thank
gets
you.
muted. Everyone gets muted real quick. Okay, I understand. You want him to finish your point. I do too. I want him to finish his point. I'm going to let him finish his point, and then I'm going to let other people talk and I give a lot of room for other people to talk. Obviously, if you address him, I'm going to let him respond. But if you don't want him to talk, here's a hint, gang. Don't address him. Very good. Cool. Okay, Mr. Girl, you're free.
I'm concerned about the conflation of an internal experience with an external expression of consent. I think that your consent culture does not deal well with this, and I wanted to point this out, which is why I made the video in the first place. You have to come down to a binary. You either consent or you don't consent, especially with a stranger. You can't be like, you can't even really say, I feel really fucked up about this, but like, suck it. You have to make a decision in order to ethically have sex with a stranger. Completely agree. But when you, as Westy said, that all sexual decisions, experiences, involve some amount of internal ambivalence. When you say yes, you're giving a non-ambiguous answer, despite having an internal experience of ambivalence. So what I was trying to talk to you about, in your example, you gave an example where it is not ambivalent. The woman doesn't want to have sex, but her communication is ambiguous. So you've reversed it. You've externalized the confusion, but internally she is not confused.
No, in my original example, it was a clear yes, and internally it was confused.
No, she wasn't confused. You said she didn't want to do.
No, that was my example.
You
I
said,
know what my example was.
you said, and you agreed. Not only did you say it, not only did you say it, you agreed. Not only did you say it, you agreed that you said it.
No one cares.
Well, okay.
No one cares.
Rewind it. I know what I said. I said it was an internal.
Okay, let's. Okay,
maybe
enough.
Or not really.
No. Wait. Let me repeat back to you what you said. And you tell me if this is what you said.
Whick, can you?
This is ridiculous. Oh, okay. My God. This.
Let me repeat this back to you. You tell me if this is what you said. I want to get on the same page about your example.
We don't need to. We don't need to because I am tired of this shit. Because I am done. I am done. So when we talk about ambivalence, I am ambivalent about continuing this panel. I am ambivalent about continuing to put up with all of your shit, from every single one of you, right? So I would ask that we be concise, and then we move the fuck on, or I will move the fuck on and kick you all out and go to bed because I'm tired. Max, you have 20 seconds. Go.
You said, and you can correct me afterward if this is wrong. You said she really didn't feel comfortable. To me, the use of the word really implies a non-ambivalent bedrock feeling of, ultimately, I don't want to do this. Her external communication about that was blurry and confused. She was like, yeah, okay, fine. I guess I'm okay with this. What I'm trying to get at is situations where it's actually reversed.
Okay, that was your time.
Your external communication is clear, but true ambivalence exists. And it feels like...
Okay, that was your time. Excellent. Good. Does anyone have anything else of substance to talk about?
I want to hear what Agamemnon was saying. It was really interesting. Could you continue on that thought?
Yes. So when it comes, there's a problem there, and we're going to have to roll the dice for that. And that's why people are a little bit worried. If it's going to be up to somebody else to say whether that was a rape or not, if we cannot get people to understand how they can handle their own version of consent, how they can feel comfortable with having sex, and if we can't help people get to this particular standpoint, you're going to have to open it up to somebody else deciding for you. And who's going to decide for you? A fucking jury, or the what's it called? I'm blanking out right now, but somebody at a school or a university head or your boss. And that's what we're trying to get to the bottom of. Because if you don't like the laws of consent culture, you're going to enter into this realm of muddy ambiguity where there's a couple of things that you can get away with rape. And we've done that before. It's called the Old Testament of the Holy Bible, and they have 6 different legal versions of rape. And since we're not going to do that again, you're going to have to let go of this, and you're going to have to take your conversation, Mr. Girl, to the complexities of dating. You know, a dating book, why he doesn't understand you, why, you know, that little, the 5 things your man actually means from Glamour magazines. Go that route with what you're trying to say and stay out of consent, because that's the legal realm, and we will decide for you if you can't get it through your thick skull.
Yep.
So the thing that I'm seeing, and I kind of want to push back a little bit on, well, I think Parallax provided a pretty good example of what it is that I think
I don't
Max
agree
is
that it's
trying
the
to
legal
talk
I don't know we're talking about legal, the law.
Let Zonia speak. Go ahead,
There's
Zonia.
tons of ways.
Zonia,
There's tons
let
of legal
Zonia
shit you
speak.
can do
So-
sexually that you shouldn't
Go
do.
ahead, Zonia. Go ahead. I'm listening.
So Max talked about how there's the internal like confusion or internal ambivalence or questioning going on. And you, Parallax, said, well, that's on you then. You just shouldn't be having sex until you've squared that away. What a lot of Max's content covers, which I actually like, this portion of his coverage, is talking about exploring and understanding of that as an individual, trying to better understand why it is that you have those kinds of questions or anxieties, why you have that ambivalence, and to not just simply follow blindly a bunch of rules that you've been given, because that still isn't doing justice for what it is that you're dealing with internally and what you're struggling with.
The attempt to make your internal experience line up with the clarity that you need to provide with consent of a binary yes or no is repression.
No, it's really not. Actually, if you're
No.
initiating in a sexual relationship with someone for the first time, get your fucking feelings on it straight before you do it. It's that simple.
Getting your feelings straight
That's
you can't control your feelings, dude.
The dice roll.
Well, it's very the problem is it's a very hand wavy answer. That's not a good answer for
really
people,
not.
right? And Max
Really
is Max is trying to start that conversation to help people better come to that answer on their own.
Yes, all these lost puppy viewers who are like, what do you mean get my feelings together? What the fuck are you talking about? That's why they like my content, because I'm not telling you that I'm not even saying to get them feeling together. I'm saying you can't control what you feel.
I think
that's all true, but the
think
dice roll thing still exists. The dice roll is still a thing that you should think about.
Yeah,
if you are ambivalent, and if you're not giving enthusiastic consent, there is a dice roll happening.
Nobody is
if you
saying
don't know how you
you
feel,
can't control your
if you
feelings,
don't know
you
how
can
you
control
feel,
your
if you don't know how you
actions.
feel, like so, as far as
Yes.
legality, absolutely, there should be a clear
That
line.
wording.
We can't define rape in a gray way legally. We have to have a clear line, but internally, it's not black and white. So when you are ambivalent, when you are murky, there is a dice roll.
Okay,
and we need to be able to navigate that.
What I am saying is clear the murk up. I am not saying control your feelings. I am not saying flip a switch.
Wait,
I'm
what is clear the
saying
murk up?
I'm
You
gonna,
let
if,
him
if,
finish
if you allow me to finish,
No.
maybe I might
Figure out
get
the
there,
ambiguity.
Max.
Why do you
Fuck
feel
you.
ambiguous
Max,
about having sex?
Max,
That's
Max,
what.
Okay,
That's
so let's
clearing
say
the
you
murk
figure
up.
it out, but then what? You figured it out. Okay.
Then you
Can
take action.
please let
You either say
anyone
yes or no.
talk.
Yeah,
Yes, but
Max,
internally,
figure
what
it
if
the
you
fuck
still
out.
feel ambivalent?
Then you don't.
Then you don't fuck.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Until
don't
you're
fuck
not
it. So don't.
Until you're not ambivalent, don't fuck someone for the first time. That's what I'm saying. Simple. Don't be ambivalent
Okay.
when you fuck someone
Okay.
for the first
Do
time.
you remember earlier when Westy said every sexual interaction is going to have some ambivalence?
I disagree wholeheartedly.
Oh my God.
Okay, so
I
you
don't
so
agree
you
with
think
that.
that you can? Do you think that you can truly have?
It's everything has a little bit of ambivalence. Is the
Okay.
point I was trying to
Okay,
make.
so your
clear. All right,
prescription,
let me
your
be clear.
prescription is
All of
your
you,
prescription
all
is-
of you
your
stop.
prescription
All
is-
of you stop. All of you stop. I'm tired. I need to go. You guys can argue with each other on your own time. Okay,
Yeah.
on your own time. I love you all. Every single one of you. Every single one of you. Yeah, I can't hear you. You're not muted, but I can't hear you laugh.
You're a coward.
Maybe it's
He's just-
true.
He's a
but
tired coward.
I am tired.
You're a
Regardless.
coward.
If you want to have a one-on-one discussion with anyone, Lav, I can set that up. I can absolutely set that up. We can have you at any time. You just ask, and I will put you on with anyone. Sick, Brianna, anyone DK, anyone you want. You let me know. I will set that up. That's the ball's in your court.
Lex Friedman.
But for now,
love that.
we're going to go because what I'd love to do is go to sleep. So thank you for being here. Thank you all. You can
Wants to
argue
continue the conversation.
Yeah, for now,
you're welcome to join my Discord server.
I will end the broadcast, and for the rest of you out there, go follow me on Twitch, twitch.tv/WhickTV.